Recording in progress. And good morning, supervisors. Chair Gore.
Yeah, we can hear you, Marcy. Thank you very much.
Excellent. We're ready to start.
Okay. Okay, thank you everybody for joining us here in the chambers and online. This is our April 25th board meeting calling to order. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all. I'm going to just acknowledge that we have all 5 county supervisors here, along with the county administrator and our county council. So I won't move into a formal item on roll call, but we'll just get right into it. So the one thing I want to remind folks of is rule number 24, commitment to civility. Whether you're calling in for public comment or you're joining us here in person, we do have rule 24 in our boards of procedures, rules and procedures, commitment to civility. I'm not going to read all that, but I'm going to remind folks that we will be just making sure that we protect this place, not only for those of us who are here right now, but those who are joining for public comment, so they feel safe to be able to make public comment as well. There's 2 available methods for public comment for today's meeting, both email and live comment during the meeting. At an opportunity for public comment during today's meeting, the clerk will read the names of those who submitted email comments and also prompt our active Zoom public participants to raise their hand virtually. Also, I just want to mention, as always, that we do have Spanish translation available in Zoom. If during any time in the public comments a commenter is speaking in Spanish, those who speak English and not Spanish can go to the globe on the Zoom link and click English. Click on the globe icon and then on English to listen to the translation of the comments. So the other thing is that I quiero decir que tengan en cuenta que la interpretación al español está disponible en Zoom. Para usar los servicios, haga clic en el icono del globo a la pie de la pantalla de Zoom y seleccione español. So we're going to move over to the approval of the agenda now. And a note to everybody that item number 2 on April 26th has been added to the closed session calendar by addendum. And I'm also going to ask for, well, not ask, I'm going to just let everybody know that we're going to report out on closed session. On the closed session item that has been added to the agenda, we're going to report out on April 26th. That's tomorrow by addendum. And then public comment on closed session has been added to the agenda on April 26th. That's tomorrow by addendum. So I'm looking for a roll call vote for the approval of the agenda. And I'll go over first to First District Supervisor Susan Gorin.
Aye.
Supervisor Rabbit.
Aye.
Supervisor Corsi.
Yes.
Supervisor Hopkins.
Aye.
And myself, Supervisor Gore. Aye. So here we go. I'm going to pass it over to Cristina Rivera to kick off the fiscal year 2022-2023 budget workshops. Cristina, I believe you're going to kind of take us through the agenda with the team here, but also I want you to help us to frame what we're going to be talking about over the next 3 days. A reminder to everybody up here or watching is that our formal budget hearings, when we take formal action, is actually June, the second week of June. And but here what we do is we review the initial areas and allow the departments to present to us. And so this is a lot of back and forth, but this is not a time where we will be deciding fully on all of our budget items. This is more of setting the stage for June. So we're not trying to build the plane while we fly it at the same time. So Cristina, pass it over to you.
Thank you, Chair Gord. Good morning to all. Good morning, board, the public, and county staff. Welcome to the budget workshops. As Chair Gord noted, the workshops are designed to provide department and agency heads the opportunity to share with the board and the public the highlights of their budget plan for the coming year. The budget plan is for fiscal year 22-23, which begins on July 1st. We are thrilled that this year we have the opportunity to have the workshops with department staff in the chambers. We also are going to have the assistance of many of the teams out in the departments. Many of them will probably be joining us via Zoom as needed if questions arise. So going into the board workshops, as the chair noted, we are not making decisions today. We're listening to the department heads and the agency heads tell us how the plan is coming together, what highlights they really want us to pay attention to. And we want to recognize, as the board well knows, that the last couple of years have been fiscally and operationally very challenging for all departments. Department management and department staff had quickly mobilize many new services that they never thought they were going to get into, all of these because of the pandemic. And they did all that while also maintaining the continuity of their own baseline services. So we are very, very grateful for their participation. We are also coming to you in this week, fortunate that we were able to avoid the worst of what we thought was going to be fiscal impacts due to the pandemic. We were fortunate to be in this position because the board, encouraged us to do some belt tightening, brace for what was coming. For, as Mr. Brulin likes to say, the known unknowns. The board also tapped very strategically into the Pacific Gas and Electric 2017 settlement funds so that you can continue your investments in vegetation management and other emergency preparedness that is necessary for us to remain resilient for the many more events to come probably our way. We had also significant support from state and federal sources due to the pandemic. So here we are happy to report that at this point in time, and I like to underscore at this point in time, that the fiscal year 22-23 budget plan is balanced, and it required very few reductions to get it to that point. It really required very little tension points. So we very grateful to be in this position, like I said. In the coming days, you will hear much more from the departments about opportunities and potential resources to expand services. Then you're going to hear about reductions or having to prepare for reductions. And that's a good thing. We appreciate that. And they've done really fantastic job in figuring out how to keep things balanced, keep things resilient. And yet, with your permission, we must provide a note of caution. We are experiencing elevated inflation. We're also seeing that the Russia's war on the people of Ukraine is not only difficult to witness, but it also threatens the world economy as it continues to unfold every day. We would have hoped that by now, and I got chills because it started in February 28th. We have a couple of staff members that actually have family in Ukraine, and just as Supervisor Warren, helped us remember, it's difficult. It's difficult, and it's going to continue to reverberate across the world, unfortunately. So we also want to remind the board to keep in mind that in the next year and a half, all of our labor contracts will be expiring, and we as staff are starting already to prepare to negotiate with our labor partners. And many of these negotiations will begin after you have adopted the fiscal year 22-23 budget. So it's important to keep in mind that challenging timing. And before we turn it over to Mr. Brulin and Ms. Brunamante to walk us through the presentations, we want to thank the board for your strategic vision, which has helped us kind of have a touchstone. And we also want to appreciate your overall leadership that helps us prioritize between competing demands as we move through each of the fiscal operating years. We want to express a special gratitude for all the departments and agency fiscal staff. They have been working for months with their management to get us to just preparing for the workshops, to craft a balanced budget. They have been getting us ready for the workshops, and they work very closely with the County Administrator Operations and Budget under Natalie St. Peter's leadership. The budget and operations team have put many hours into getting us to today's materials, getting them printed, which is nice. And they have many more hours to come in their desks as we get ready for budget hearings. Chair Gore noted that that's when we really get to a position of knowing where our most up-to-date information is and your decisions to be taken. I want to remark that oftentimes the budget work goes unnoticed because it's so cyclical, right? It's like, it happens every year, but it's important to pause and understand, evaluate it, because the collective efforts of the teams and the departments and the operations and budget team here in the county administrator result in a balanced budget plan every year, which is instrumental to ensuring that public services are received by our community because they need them and because they expect them. So with that, thank you so much for your attention. And thank you to all those who have helped us get here. And at your leisure, we can pass it on to Mr. Brulin to get us started.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you so much, Christina.
Thank you, Assistant County Administrator Rivera, Chair Gore, members of the board, County Council Pittman, and all of the legions of Sonoma County residents who I'm sure are watching. I am very pleased to be here in person to present and kick off the 22-23 budget workshops. I do just want to very quickly, Christina gave the thanks probably better than I will, but do just want to once again very quickly echo that thanks to all the fiscal staff throughout the departments who have worked on putting this together. These are people who are very seldom in front of you, are virtually invisible to the public, but are absolutely critical not only in the budget, but throughout the year in keeping the county running and keeping it going. And I also want to thank my own wonderful team on the operations and budget team, all of my analysts, Joanna Lutman, our support staff who really helps keep us going through this process. And I will just acknowledge quickly that Christina Rivera, it plays a dual role as one of my analysts taking on a role with Permit Sonoma, as well as being my boss. So she's simultaneously my employee and my boss. I'm not sure if that violates some sort of HR rule or not.
I like to wear many hats because I like to drink tea.
Do you have to evaluate her performance as your analyst?
Yeah. That's a rather awkward review. And of course, I also want to thank CAO Cheryl Bratton, who has helped guide us through this process, although unfortunately she cannot be here today. So without further ado, let's kick things off. I want to start to just reiterate some of the things that Assistant CEO Rivera said on the workshop purposes and goals. This is really an opportunity for the board to receive an overview of the preliminary budget, to receive an updated general fund forecast, to receive presentations from the departments regarding their fiscal year 22-23 financial picture. It is not a time when you're making the final decisions. That will come in June, but it is really the time for you to hear those presentations, ask those questions, and really start getting the information that you will need to make those decisions when June comes around. In addition to the budget presentations, there are two other brief presentations we'll be giving this time later today. We will have an update on AB 1869, which is the state law that removed a number of criminal justice fees in their backfill, and we'll be looking for you to give any comments on the proposed allocation and inclusion in the fiscal year 22-23 budget. And there will also be an update this afternoon on the Inmate Welfare Trust from the Sheriff's Office. So just a quick view of where we are in the budget process. Right now, we are on these spring budget workshops. And a note that I'll probably have like 3 times on slides here, but that these are based on the budgets as we knew them on March, at the start of March, when the recommended budgets came together. So things that were entered into the budget after that point are not going to be here. Decisions you've made since the start of March, those will come into supplemental, so they will be in the adopted budget or the budget that's presented in June. After today, the next big milestone you'll see on May 16th, the recommended budget book will be available online. So that has all of the sort of final preliminary information for the recommended budgets for departments, as well as the write-ups and some other information on the overall budget. On June 3rd, what we call the budget binders are available online, and we'll also have hard copies for your members. Those are essentially all the supplementary information that is there for budget hearings. So it's kind of all of the information for budget hearings, all the information on requested additional funding, et cetera. And that will come out then. June 14th, we start the budget hearings. Those go on 14th and 15th will be the primary days for presentations and then deliberations. As in the past years, we plan to have Thursday, June 16th with no budget meeting. And so that's when, based on the deliberations the prior day, staff gets the final budget together for June 17th, when we can come back on that Friday and hopefully adopt. And as perhaps a threat to keep me from talking too long, we have reserved the following week for budget hearings as well, should you need additional time to deliberate on those. A quick reminder, as I mentioned, you can ask questions of the departments as we go through this. And as usual, I am sure that they will do an excellent job responding to those questions with a myriad of information. But there may be longer questions or other information that they are not able to answer on the spot, or that you need more information for budget hearings. So we do have, once again, this board budget inquiry forms available. You can fill those out, or your staff. We request that those be in by this Friday, April 29th. And that is in order to give staff time to work on those, remembering that there's a very tight turnaround in order to get those ready for that June 3rd binder. All the questions submitted on these forms will appear in the budget binder, or we will do our best to make them all appear with their answers in the budget binder. If there are significant ones that take a significant amount of time, we may reserve and ask that we come back later with some of those. So now I want to just give you a quick overview of the 22-23 preliminary budget. First off, as Assistant CEO Rivera noted, this is a balanced budget. It's a balanced budget with about $2 billion of net expenditures. And so I should just say that that is net of internal transfers and reimbursements. So this is sort of our best estimate of $2 billion of dollars we really have to spend, not double counting that money that gets moved from one place to another. This is an increase of 3.2% from the fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget. And this is due to a number of factors, including some just our regular cost increases. It also, one of the largest places we see an increase is in transportation and public works for road infrastructure, coming out of programming a lot of that PG&E settlement money that has been programmed towards the roads, as well as some other one-time money that's going in to boost that. For the general fund, the net budget is about $556 million, which is a 4.2% increase. This does include a $6.6 million set aside for the behavioral health unit at the main adult detention facility, which will not be opening next year, but we do anticipate it for the future. And so, as I'll mention, based on board direction, we have looked to reserve funding towards the staffing of that unit in the future. It also represents some general increases to cost of doing business, as well as some particularly large increases around some of the insurance premiums that you'll hear a little more about some of the issues we have on that from Human Resources when they give their presentation later this week. Continuing through, as I noted, these are budgets as of March 2nd, when we required that the recommended budgets be submitted. Later actions will be included in the supplemental budget adjustments that will be considered as part of budget hearings. At budget hearings, this budget may also be further adjusted based on a few other types of actions. So there are departmental add backs. There are very few of them, fortunately, this year, as we mentioned, but there are a few places where due to loss of other revenue or specific increases in costs, departments have had to cut an existing service or an existing portion of their budget and are requesting add backs. There are also department program change requests, which are where departments are asking for new or enhanced funding for additional services. And then there are community and board budget requests. And we will talk a little more about these in just a moment. One thing I did want to just very quickly highlight is some of the prior board actions that are included in this budget process. As I mentioned, we have set aside $6.6 million in ongoing capacity towards the behavioral health unit, which we anticipate opening and beginning to staff up not in 22-23, but most likely in 23-24, that the staff up would really begin. So while that's not necessarily required for this next year, we've reserved that as ongoing capacity and it does appear in the budget. We also will have one-time funding for the helicopter, which was discussed in March, that we would be adding an additional 2.3 million in supplementals, and that will come from that 6.6. But because it's one time and we don't need the ongoing capacity next year, that we can reserve that money out of it and keep that ongoing capacity for the future. In addition, staff are recommending that we modify the initial recommendation from March and include a second year of funding for the helicopter. This can also be taken out of the portion of that $6.6 million set aside that's not needed in fiscal year 22-23 while maintaining the ongoing capacity. And this will really allow staff for time to make sure that they can do a thorough review of that program and really get back to the board with all of the options and a thorough understanding. The budget also will include 1.4 million in new support to permit Sonoma agriculture weights and measures and animal care and control to mitigate fee increases that was approved at the fee hearings in March. That will come in supplementals as well, but is accounted for as a set aside in this budget. Deferred maintenance fund. So it includes, based on the county center project, an additional 2 million next year in ongoing capacity and 1 million in TOT into the deferred maintenance fund for both deferred maintenance on current facilities, but also capacity for a future county center project. And staff will be coming back with new options on that in the future. Additionally, on some of the prior board actions, we are funding, this year the board funded nearly $10 million in strategic plan and climate projects. Much of that is getting rolled over into next year's budget. So that will be coming into next year's budget because of the timing of when it occurred. Some of those projects are starting this year, but are going to continue. The board has also allocated $96 million this year in ARPA funds, with a majority going straight back to the community, and that includes 34.1 million that will be coming in community grants to be considered in May. So these are not obviously the grants themselves finally programmed in the budget as we see it now, but this is funding that will be going into next year's budget. There's $20 million of I'd also note that there's $20 million in discretionary fund balances, as well as $8 million from ARPA that's the board has set aside this year that will be going to fund construction of the new public health lab and morgue. And would just also note that this budget includes $9.8 million in ongoing funding towards fire services that the board has approved, both in the past and reiterated through this year to help support those critical services. And now I'm going to turn it over to my principal analyst, Natalie Brunamonte, to discuss some of the proposed changes that you will hear about during this workshop and that you will have for consideration in June.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, Assistant County Administrator Rivera, and Council Pittman. We're going to discuss the budget and requests in a bit more detail here. As noted, these are still preliminary and information may change a bit once you get your binder materials on June 3rd. The first thing we're going to talk about is add backs. As Peter noted, add backs occur when a department is unable to meet their baseline level of services with accounting net cost and external revenues provided. This year, a total of 4 departments are requesting add backs totaling $2.8 million. 5 positions are being requested to be retained with the add backs. The largest of these requests, about half of it, is to allow the North County Detention Facility to reopen and be open all year, should the jail population necessitate this. Other add backs include general services, which is funding for the capital improvement plan and a buyer position. In ISD, they're seeking to retain their records unit, and probation is seeking to fund 3 positions that were being reduced due to the reduction of AB 1869 revenues. Details on add backs will be in your budget hearing binders. Next up, we have program change requests. Departments had not been allowed to submit program change requests from the general fund for the last 2 fiscal years, given the economic uncertainty. A program change request is when a department is seeking to enhance or create a new service. During the departmental presentations, departments will be touching on the program change requests they've submitted. A total of $5.4 million of general fund requests have been submitted. About $5 million is ongoing. In addition, program change requests have been submitted for initiatives that are funded with outside resources or funds that are available within the department through departmental fund balances. The next type of budget change that we have in our binder will be board budget requests. Board budget requests are the opportunity and the time for board members to submit requests for funding. A total of 16 requests were received. Some of them had funding range options, so the total requested funding range is between $24 and $30 million. Staff is analyzing those requests and will provide additional information in the budget hearing binder, along with the requests. And then finally, we have community budget requests. This is the opportunity for community groups to submit funding requests. They must have the support of at least 2 supervisors to move the request forward. A total of 10 requests were received with a funding range of $3.9 to $4.2 million. Staff are analyzing those requests, and the requests and additional information will also be in the budget hearing binders.
Thank you, Ms. Brudemonte. I will continue. I just want to give a very quick overview of our general fund fiscal forecast. To start with, you can see in the current fiscal year 21-22, we are currently projecting a surplus of about $12.8 million. This is due primarily to revenues that have come in better than expected. This includes transient occupancy tax as well as Proposition 172 and documentary transfer tax on the transfer of properties. We've also seen higher than anticipated salary savings, which usually accrue when vacancies occur for longer than anticipated. We should note that these funds are not yet accrued. This is a projection of where we will end the year, but it is not money that is currently sort of sitting in the bank waiting for us. As we come towards budget hearings, we'll continue to refine this estimate, and it may be that we are able to put up some portion of this as one-time funds that the board will have available to program at budget hearings, but we will be continuing to monitor this closely as we go through. For fiscal year 22-23, we've probably only said the word balanced budget like 5 times so far today, so I'll say that again. We're showing a balanced budget, and again, that's statutorily, we are required to show a balanced budget, but I would note just very quickly that we are projecting this balance without any use of the previous year's fund balance. So this is an actual balanced budget. It's not relying on prior year savings or one time to do so. Then looking beyond 22-23, in 23-24, we start to see deficits return. There's a fairly large jump to a $12.5 million deficit. And this is really driven by a couple of things. One of the main reasons for this impact are some increases around our pension costs, particularly related to the fact that the Sonoma County Employee Retirement Association has reduced their discount rate, which is effectively their expected earnings on the pension fund. And so when they reduce that, it means that their projections are that there's less future revenue just accruing on our fund balance. And so it increases what they actuaries estimate we need to put in each year. And so that decision was made this prior year, but it comes in and impacts the 23-24 budget. There's about a year and a half lag between when they make the determination and when that impacts the money we need to provide on that. There are also, based on current rates of inflation, as well as the growth we're seeing in our tax revenues, there's some higher than normal increases to some of our costs of doing business in there. And as we look beyond that into the future, we see very slight increases. But what I would really just note is that we do have particularly high uncertainty in the next coming years, because we are in a position where we have had 4-year extended labor agreements that enabled us to do very accurate projections of where our salary and benefits would go. But with all of those expiring in the next 15 months or so, there's a high level of uncertainty over what we will really be seeing coming in there. Moving on quickly, I did want to very quickly point out where we are with our general fund reserve. So as you'll recall, the board has a policy that there's a target reserve of 2 months of operating revenues, or about 16.7% of the budget. And you can see what that would be year to year reflected on that purple line up there of about 97.5 million for 22-23. It is a little bit funny. You see it's actually a little bit of a decrease, and that's because of some one-time revenues that came in 21-22. And the way we calculate it, because it's on a share of our operating costs, sometimes those can give us a little odd blip. But overall, that roughly 100 million is what that would be. There is a minimum of 1 month set by board policy, which would be about 8.3%. And so on that next blue line, you can see where we are, and that is going above that 8.3%. It dropped very close to it following the wildfires there in 1920, when the board took some of the reserves to use for projects out of there, but those have since, through your actions, been restored. And so now we're sitting at 53.7 million going into fiscal year 22-23, which comes to about 9.2%. And what you do see here is right now we don't have a set plan for increasing that. And so absent increases to that, that will gradually shift back towards that minimum rather than moving towards the maximum.
And if I may, through the chair, one of my favorite slides, really, it's the type of slide that I think that if you went to the doctor and they looked at your vitals, they want to make sure your oxygen is working really well. So this is part of the oxygen that helps us, maintain our resiliency. It's important for us to remark that the general fund reserves are different than when we talk about, from time to time, we talk about fund balances that are available for us to program, that might be available for us to, balance budget. This is not it. This is the place where you have the cushion that will help you take care of the ebbs and flows of anything that might be coming your way outside of your contingencies. It has been, we have been very fortunate that this board has been steady in their hand of keeping us honest on keeping a target of 2 months and a floor of 1 month. And it's important for us to keep an eye on this every time that we look at programming the next year. We have a gap between the desired state and the minimum state, and we're still healthy. And yet, as we grow as an organization, we have to keep in mind that our resources have to grow along with it to the extent that we want to maintain our oxygen levels well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now I just want to shift, and before we move on to the meat of this week's workshops, which are really the hearing from the departments, I did want to give a couple of notes on departmental presentations. The first is that some of the numbers you see in these presentations may look a little different than the numbers you saw last year or in prior years when we did this. We are shifting to focus from total appropriations to a departmental's budget net of its internal transfers and reimbursements, or what we might refer to as its operating expenses. And so one thing you'll know is that oftentimes transfers and reimbursements, even within a department or certainly between departments, but even within a department, are needed for proper accounting and recording of costs. Departments may have different funds, different sections that receive funding from different sources that needs to be specifically accounted for. And so in order to properly expend that, they need to move it from one place to another. But when we include all of those transactions to move the money, it inflates the total budget and makes it appear that departments really have more resources available to address their services than they do. So the net budgets really give a better reflection of the actual resources available to provide the services. And this is really part of our effort to continue to refine and improve how we display budgets to better show how the funding is spent providing services to the public. A couple of other notes. Again, about the third time I've mentioned it, but these are budgets as of about March 2nd. So you have put in some changes in the intervening months. Those won't show up on these slides yet, but they will show up in the final adopted budget. Also note that you will hear about add backs and program change requests from departments as part of their presentations. Those are not included in the recommended budget figures. So the dollar figures you see do not include those, but they may talk about those, which then you will make determinations on at the June budget hearings. You will also hear from some departments on strategic plan activities within their objectives. And I just want to note once again that this is not meant to be a full report out on the strategic plan. It's not demonstrating all the strategic plan work that is going on in departments. It's really just highlighting some areas where departments are generally either the lead or co-lead department for a specific objective, and where they expect to complete that work in fiscal year 22-23. So many ongoing things you're not going to hear about. That doesn't mean the work's not going on. It just means that, we're highlighting some of the specific things that we have there. And finally, I just want to close by looking quickly at the schedule and reminding you we've got 3 full days. Today, we will kick things off with some of our administrative and fiscal services departments before moving into the justice services departments. Today, we'll also have that brief discussion of AB 1869 criminal justice fees, as well as the Inmate Welfare Trust at the end of the day. Tomorrow, we will be going again with more of the admin and fiscal, who gets split up because there's just a lot of us departments and we're a little less themed together. So it's easier to move us around. Also, we'll be hearing from the health and human services departments. I would also note that while we have public comment on the budget workshops in the afternoon, each of the 3 days, tomorrow will be the day for public comment for items not on the agenda, and that is 3:30 time certain. And moving on to Wednesday, we will close out the hearings with our agriculture and natural resources departments, as well as some more of everyone's favorite, the fiscal services and administrative departments. And at the end, this does say vote on recommended actions. That was a holdover from last year when we had some recommended actions on here to vote on. But there's no formal vote on this, although we, as I mentioned, have a couple areas where if you have direction to change what we are currently providing, we would appreciate hearing that. And with that, I will turn it to your board for questions.
Questions from the board? I see one leaning in. Supervisor Rabbit, pass it over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, first off, thank you everyone for all the work putting this together. And thank you, Peter, Natalie, Christina, for all the hours behind all these numbers. Curious on looking at the general fund, general purpose sources. Remind me again on the redevelopment increment. It's building over the short term. What's the long-term projection for when redevelopment, that increment folds back into the general fund or not?
So as it stands, that will gradually fall back into the general fund as those agencies complete paying off mostly its debt service at this point.
So it's based upon whatever.
So it's
increment
based
of debt
upon
is
whatever
out
the
there.
approved costs for the successor agencies were. So the fixed costs that were in there. Now, what we've seen, the Sebastopol actually just dropped off. So there was a slight blip on that, but it was a very small one. We do have, I believe Windsor will drop off next, and that's, I think, around 2030. But we have a pretty extended window for most of the others have refinanced debt or otherwise have debt that's extended out. So I can get you those exact time frame, but it's going to be probably beyond certainly the time horizon we're looking at in any of our fiscal forecasts.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I was just noticing that. I mean, that's a significant 14 million this year and goes up to 16 in 26, 27. So I was just curious. Do you know if any of that debt was backloaded? And redevelopment has gone for what, 6, 7, 8 years now? So the longest that it could go out would be a 20 or 30 year financing plan at that particular point in time?
Yeah, so I think that what we have is about 30 years from that date is when we'll start seeing it mostly drop off. And what I would note is that while we have that 16 million coming off, what we also see is the line below at the residual property tax, RPTTF. And so a portion of any of the money that's taken, so the money comes out of all of the agencies that pay taxes, so not just the county, but everyone that or receives taxes, I mean, from there. And then the eligible expenses, in this case, mostly debt service, are taken out, and then the remainder gets redistributed back. And so what we have seen is that RPTTF, the share that we get back, has gone up pretty substantially. It's a little hard to project exactly how that will impact because it's a very detailed in terms of not just what gets pulled out, but what are all of their schedules for repayment. But we have been seeing a larger share of this money come back as the successor agencies have pretty much finished all the project work and are really down to just the debt service and some minimal administrative costs.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation. One other real quickly, because it's a nearly a $39 million source, the other general purpose revenues, just what's the primarily made up of what? I was looking for a footnote on that one. Didn't see it.
Yeah, that probably should have a footnote on it. So I did not print out my sheet that has all of the information on me. This was the nice thing about Zoom is I could have my spreadsheets up in front of me. But that includes a number of sources.
There is timber tax in there.
Oh,
Which is like $5,000.
Yeah, like our 5,000 of timber tax and racehorse tax. We still get about $50 a year when they run the races. But we do have. So that includes a number of things. That includes things like the PG&E and cable franchise fees go into that category. Yeah. It also includes some money that gets transferred in from other sources. So funding, for example, some of that residual goes over into the R&R fund, and then some of that comes back, and that ends up in that ongoing sources. So it gets a little convoluted. There's overall, I would say there are a lot of relatively small sources that go into that. It's hard to pick out, here's the one or two things that are really driving that full 30 million.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's it for me.
And oftentimes it includes a lot of the reimbursements between general fund departments when they are, providing for services within each other. But a little bit back to the residual redevelopment area. I want to remind the board that we do have the policy where the residual rather than reverting back to just the general fund stream. That's why we call it a general fund purpose here, because we are tracking it separately for you, because some years ago, it's been now like 7, 8 years ago, you established that reinvestment and revitalization policy to keep carving that out rather than just being poured back into the tax line. So just want to remind you.
And sometime in the future, we're probably set to maybe review that just to make
absolutely.
sure of
Yeah.
the projects that are still outstanding
And you
and
will
what the
see,
sources are. And
you will see information on how that is being administered as we go into the budget hearings materials, because as you know, there's some projects that have been depending on that stream to come in.
yeah, no, and I
Things
support
out.
that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions on this end, supervisors? I have a couple of questions, and I'll start with a question about questions. I'm assuming that all questions are fair game as we go through this, and you'll let us know if we should move it on to a board information request. Is that how
So
we're gonna
I
work
think
this?
that, I think what will certainly all questions are fair game. I'm not in the business of telling you what you can and cannot say. But really where I think it is that a question that the department can answer right there on the spot. They'll have their department head, their fiscal staff, a lot of information, they'll be able to just answer you right then. But if you have something that really requires more of a detailed analysis, that requires information that's not going to be there, that's when we would want to see that board information request. Or if you feel like you received an answer, but maybe it wasn't as detailed as you wanted, you may choose to do that certainly as well. I would note that the intent of these is really towards gathering the information that you need for the budget hearings. So if it's a general question for a department that maybe isn't so much tied to the budget, but tied to their operations or other aspects, that may be something that there's another venue that's better for you to ask it rather than the budget information request, just because this is something that we really only have by the time we take all the time to review and remediate and everything, there's really only a couple weeks for departments to put this information together.
And,
Okay.
and if I may, Supervisor Corsi, the opportunity for the workshops, as Mr. Rulon indicated, there might be some questions that the department will defer to a budget request information. But the focus is the portion of their budgets that is having tension in their considering their preliminarily asking you to consider the restoration. And the other side of it is where there's program change requests, where there might be an augmentation on their budget plans. And that's a really good opportunity for this board to become familiar with it. As we go into the budget hearings, you have a better sense of how to, understand the priorities over each other. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Can you tell me how this budget reflects or plans for increased salary and benefits through the negotiating process? And how historically do we handle that as we head into contracts expiring?
So the way we handle it in this budget and then this forecast is that, so right now, certainly we know what the cost increases were, the COLAs, and most of our benefits. We have a very good idea of what those were for next fiscal year. However, there may be a second COLA due during the year. What we have done under this model is we essentially assumed that the current model just continued. Absent other information, we've just assumed a status quo. And I would say that historically, we've handled it in a couple of different ways. Sometimes we've just said we don't know anything, so we'll hold it flat because there's nothing that's agreed to. But that's not really a realistic thing. I don't think that's something that any of us think is likely to happen. So what we have done, as I said, is just treated it as though there were no change, which we obviously also know is not realistic. There will be changes, but it at least allows us to program for. So for example, in the forecast, when I look at 23-24, I believe that builds in about a 3% COLA.
It does. So that would be reflected in the 12 million plus deficit for 23-24.
That is. So there's about a 3% built into that.
Okay. Thank you. Do you know when the last time the general fund reserve was at 2 months?
I will defer to Assistant CAO Rivera. I will say that in my almost 8 years with the county, it has never been at 2 months.
No, we have not reached it, but we've gotten as far as the 2 months is the 16.67%. There, as Supervisor Rabbit has taught me before, it's aspirational and that's good. And we have gotten as far as 11%.
Okay.
And then after the fires and other subsequent events, we created the floor of 1 month so that we wouldn't go any further. But the idea is to get us to that 2%. That's a Government Financial Officers Association recommended practice.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisors down on this side. Any questions? Supervisor Gordon, any questions on the opening presentation? Supervisor Rabbit?
Just to follow up on that though, and I hope that we continue to track whatever that, I'm all for the aspirational and achieving it over the course of time, but at the same time wanting to know, especially as we move forward with perhaps obtaining debt, that we keep that at a level that is going to be reflective of a good credit rating. And if that means an investment to save money in financing costs down the line, that's going to be a smart investment.
Absolutely. And it has helped us in the past with financing, having just a policy, which oftentimes is not found in other public entities. It's important for credit rating.
Good, thank you. For my part, pretty cut and dry. I just want to thank you all though also for putting up the key items, like the number one thing I think for all of us supervisors is a reminder of what we've already obligated since closing books last year and going forward. And so I look really back at the slides, and that's something that I had asked for, the prior actions going into this budget that are booked into it. So behavioral health unit, obviously the 1.4 million in new support, permit Sonoma ag weights and majors, animal care, that's ongoing. Then the deferred maintenance fund, the recommendation and what we're putting into there, 10 million in strategic plan, 96 million in ARPA, 20 million discretionary fund balance, and 8 million towards the public health lab, 9.8 million ongoing for fire services. I look at those things and I really see a lot's happened since we not only allocated or got in the ARPA money. I mean, we're looking at a lot of that ARPA money going out through our community grants programs, coming back on later in May. But just trying to acknowledge as we go through this, when we're going to really talk about the gaps for one-time funding going forward. So one of them for me is really the behavioral health unit. Christina, is my understanding is even though we're allocating these different funding categories, is that ultimately a large part of the behavioral health unit is going to be an ongoing commitment, not just a one-time. A lot of the one-time money came out of the state. So just whether maybe that's something I bring up during the sheriff's budget to kind of ask more about, but I want to make sure there's these things that are discussed that are going to be multi-year solutions. The other one was obviously when Permit Sonoma comes up, whether it's now or in the future, is we talked about funding the general plan, about a projected cost of $5 million, about what we want to allocate towards that. I'm just kind of want to get an idea from you, Christina, and from the others is how far we want to get into those, more maybe scoping discussions kind of right now, and then build that up into board information requests as we go into the formal budget or what have you.
Thank you, Sugar, for the question. As an excellent clarification for process. In the case of the behavioral health unit, you're absolutely right. This is an ongoing commitment that we see coming online. The current expectation, I think, is that we come online on 23-24, which is a year from this upcoming budget. That accommodation you have made already by sequestering, if you will, the revenue capacity that you will have to then dedicate on an ongoing basis. Because we have a little space between now and that time, you'll be able to, at least this 1 year's sequester amount, you'll be able to redirect it in some cases. Then in the general plan, I don't recommend a lot of scoping, especially because you already did so on the last meeting, a little bit of preliminary discussion. The general plan, as Supervisor Corsi and you have also mentioned, is an opportunity to, before we wrap up the adopted budget, to look at opportunities to start setting aside for when the full scope comes in. The number right now that the Permit Sonoma team has is anywhere from $5 to $6 million, and that's before their consultant comes and makes a little bit more analysis. So for that specific perspective, certainly you're invited to engage with Permit Sonoma's leadership to understand more about that. I don't know that they would have that much more information than what they just recently came to see you about. And so it would translate to we are working with the county administrator, translating to a recommendation of a amount of money that we can bring to you on budget hearings, since we have been working with Permit Sonoma to understand their numbers.
Okay.
So that'll likely look like, as you remember the balancing sheet on June hearings, that'll be one of the recommendations that we would want you to consider ahead of
Okay.
time. Thank you.
The other thing that I'm looking for a little clarity on process-wise is the board budget requests and the community budget requests. They're acknowledged here, but I don't see a time on our agenda when we're going to talk about them. And so I don't know if that's allocated, number one. And the second part of that is I'm just kind of wondering if there's a time where I instead of just on paper, where the colleagues who presented them, I could just offer them an opportunity to kind of say what they're thinking. Because I think some of these are, from what I've seen, are very specific, and others are placeholders that board members want for consideration and discussion. It's kind of like setting something down, and I don't want to allocate, a full day to go through that,
Right.
but I kind of want to just see where colleagues are coming from. So thoughts on that, Christina?
Initially, the conversation, as we have done it in the past, that conversation has been had during the budget hearings. Because at that point, you're also going to have a lot more information as to where you might have some one-time fund balances and things like that. Certainly, you're all invited to discuss it if that's what your preference is. And we are right now analyzing those requests, asking departments to help us understand them better from their perspective. So those will come, if you will, a little bit more supplemented with information during budget hearings. And at that time, as you might recall from prior budget hearings, is when you as the chair will provide a space for each of them to consider presenting.
One thing, just for the consideration of the board or others, the only time that I really identify is we could do a work and lunch on day 3 that allows folks to kind of talk through that. But that's just, I know there's some items, so I'll come back to that at the end of the day and talk to us about that. But I do think I would like us to at least know what people are proposing and what they're thinking. Like I say, I think some of these are very specific and some of them are very conversations that need to happen. And I don't want to get into the conversation now, but I want to allow folks to just state a moment. Maybe I'll do our own version of public comment, give everybody a minute and a half to
That sounds
say what
wonderful.
their proposal is.
Another space you may consider
Yeah.
is at the end of tomorrow as part of the 2:30 board county administrators presentation budget. We will discuss our slides that are operational. You're going to see it here at the 2:30 time
On the third day,
on the third day,
2:30.
because that would also, give
Okay.
your colleagues opportunity to prepare their remarks perhaps.
Okay, sounds good. That works as well. Okay. We'll come back to that. Okay, thank you very much. Christina,
Ready to start.
let's do it.
All right, Mr. Brulin.
First up.
We are going to invite Mr. Dan Fouché and Ms. Bowman from Information Systems Department. Welcome. Welcome to be in person so we can see your
Yeah.
faces.
Christina, are you anticipating the majority of department heads are going to be here in person?
We are anticipating the majority of
Okay.
departments to be here in person. They are all been very super disciplined. They know that we are looking for them to make a short presentation so that there's
Mhm.
enough space for the board to follow up with questions. We are at 9:34. They were supposed to start 9:15, but we
Good.
have had really good conversation.
That's good.
So we want to thank Mr. Fouché for being here today and Ms. Bowman. Mr. Fouché is supporting us as interim department head, and we're very grateful for that. And with that, we'll pass it back to you, Mr. Fouché. Thank you
you.
for being here.
There we go. Chair Gore, Supervisors, Assistant CAO Rivera, and Council Pittman. I'm Dan Frichet, the Interim Director for the Information Systems Department. And joining me this morning is Michelle Bowman. She's our Budget and Finance Manager. She'll be running the presentation, and she was also contributing to a lot of the information that we had for today. So I've been a county employee for 28 years. I've worked in several different departments, many different roles. And I've tried to think back on what really makes the County of Sonoma a special place to work. And it really comes down to the people who are here. Their commitment to community service really makes this a special organization. They provide the knowledge and the talents and the capabilities to make it possible for us to all do our jobs and deliver government services on a daily basis. And so from that perspective, I would say that people are our most valuable resource. Now, I know that's probably not the opening you expected from the Information Systems Director. You probably expect me to talk about our financial system or maybe our data centers being our most valuable resource. But I recognize that technology is really just a tool. It's one that multiplies our effectiveness, makes it possible for us to go ahead and do our jobs. But without the right people using that tool, the tool itself is unimportant. Information Systems is a central services provider. And so that means our recommended budget really reflects how people in the departments are using technology to perform their jobs. And so what we do is a reflection of how they use technology effectively to accomplish the mission of the county. Your board has supported the creation of a robust technology environment that makes it possible for all of us to do our jobs. And that's included during wildfires, power outages, a pandemic, people who've been displaced because of evacuations, people who've been stranded during lockdowns. They've been able to still interact with government because of what we produce within the Information Systems Department and what you have provided for us. And I find that to be a phenomenal accomplishment. I have this future vision in mind where government will be able to be used by everyone. And the mantra is anytime, anywhere, on any device. And I really believe that that future that I see aligns with shared goals inside of our strategic plan. And I really believe that we're closer to achieving that in this coming fiscal year. So let's talk about the budget for ISD. ISD is composed of 4 divisions, including technical, innovation, enterprise development, and administrative services. For fiscal year 22-23, ISD is anticipating operating expenditures of $46.2 million. This is an increase of 2.7% over prior year expense, a net change of $1.2 million from the current year. It includes a decrease of 1 FTE. Next slide. Administration includes financial, technology procurement, and human resources functions. It also includes enterprise level services such as cybersecurity that require a separation of duties to ensure audit and compliance requirements are being met. Enterprise development is responsible for software design and supports major business systems with significant focus on justice, financial, and information management services. Technical services is in many respects the beating heart of ISD. Their team provides end user support and manages the physical infrastructure we rely upon. They deliver technologies that allow us to stay interconnected and to collaborate remotely. Innovation services plays a key role in driving forward important new technology initiatives. In particular, they focus on cross-departmental partnerships, such as the award-winning Access Sonoma program and the county's electronic document management system. Last, device and information and infrastructure replacement, which includes the county's device modernization program, ensures that county organizations stay current with technology that improves cybersecurity, reliability, and efficiency. This section uses accumulating funds for future replacement. In total, this results in ISD's overall recommended budget of $59.6 million and a staff of 116.5 FTEs. Of the total amount, you'll notice that $13.3 million is based on internal transfers, leading us to the $46.2 million in operating expenditures. ISD is primarily funded through distribution of expense to our client departments, both for general county IT costs and client department specific improvement requests. A small amount is received from general fund support, about 2.6% of our overall budget. We also receive support through fund balance for project-specific allocations, such as technology disaster resiliency funding, digitization program seed funding provided by your board, and use of accumulated funds for scheduled county IT infrastructure replacement. So now we're on to our key operational challenges. And the first one that we have here is really, it's about awareness of what's going on within our department. We're strongly supporting climate and resiliency plan changes this year. And so our focus is really working on resiliency primarily to get ready for all those disasters we talked about, all those incidents that we have out there. And they actually have a nexus to the climate goals as well. Often when we go ahead and move systems into the cloud, it reduces our carbon emissions. It uses less electricity locally. So we get a lot of benefits from the other side of this too. This year, we're going to be replacing a lot of hardware and software inside of our data center, moving it into the cloud. We also have a number of business systems that need to be integrated with each other. We find that we have a certain synergy. Unless all of these are updated at the same time, you're not going to receive the full value from these systems. So we'll be working heavily on that this year, primarily with our technical services group. The reason I'm bringing this as a risk awareness item is that if any new major projects came forward, it could put the delivery of these systems at risk. Now we have factored in, I'll call it common seasonal emergency work that we have in the planning for this. But if there were extreme disasters of another type we couldn't anticipate, if a large new project came forward, it could go ahead and put the timeline for this project at risk. I'm going to read this one so you understand where I'm coming from on it. Records, mail, and courier services. This is so important to our organization. ISD just finished an engagement with a CAO and consultants to evaluate cost recovery methods for records, mail, and courier services. These services are supported by general fund, and we are able to validate our expenses for continued service delivery. However, in order to reestablish sustainable service delivery, we are requesting funding for the records manager position and a portion of services and supplies through add-back. Your board support would ensure we are able to provide mandated services, continue realizing cost savings through service centralization, and continue supporting client needs moving forward. So the last thing in our key operational changes is our succession planning and recruitment. And I would say that this is a really challenging time for us. You're probably going to hear that repeatedly from other departments throughout this budget workshop. But we've had a lot of our key technical and administrative staff who've retired this year. And it's really hard to go ahead and replace them right now. The market is as competitive as I've ever seen it. Michelle and I were actually talking, if you look back at Y2K in the 1990s, it's that difficult to go ahead and get staff right now. We actually are finding that we're getting fewer qualified candidates when we go ahead and put out for recruitments. In some instances, we're not getting qualified candidates at all. And something that's very new to me in my years of working for the county, we've actually had a couple of people walk away from the department recently and choose not to take a pension, looking over 6 to 7% increases in wages in the private market, the ability to fully remotely work from home. And so the challenges are just growing for us all the time out there. We are putting a lot of what we call user-friendly systems out there, and those systems require greater integration with our staff, more programming. And so the staff who really provide those services are really critical to our success. And the people who are doing that right now are on the verge of retiring. So this is a very big deal. You can see on the board, we have 36% of our staff are currently eligible for retirement. And so we're making this as one of our top priorities to try to bring new people in this coming year. Key operational objectives. I apologize, disclaimer up front. This is more writing than I ever want to put on a slide. But let me see if I can go ahead and summarize what we're dealing with in the 4 bullet point areas. So we know that a lot of public-facing manual processes still exist. Sometimes it's a form somebody downloaded through the internet and they're filling it out and mailing it back into the county office. Sometimes it's somebody who has gone into a caseworker's office and they ask some questions and go ahead and fill that out. And we're trying to go ahead and create some efficiencies and create more accuracy in the information by having people actually have the ability to fill those forms out online by themselves. It's much quicker. They get a response, and in some situations, we have the ability to automate a response to them immediately rather than having to wait through some other sort of process. So we are moving forward this approach. We've successfully piloted several projects, and your board has approved funding for time-limited staff to work in this area. We see some really great opportunity for improving service for county residents and our staff alike. But before I proceed from this bullet, I did want to call out one particular department, and that's Clerk Recorder Assessor, who actually is next up after us. Diva Proder and her staff have done an outstanding job in this area. And I think they really model the way for all of us in what we're trying to achieve. If you go to their website right now, you can get a birth certificate, a death certificate, a marriage certificate. You can look at your property records. You can go ahead and register to vote. You can change your mailing address. You can look at your polling place. That's just a small sample of what they bring, because they really have embraced this idea and they're using it really effectively. And actually through the entire COVID emergency, when we all been at home, they've really expanded their ability to go ahead and use these services. So they're a great model for what we're trying to achieve overall for the county. Next is cybersecurity. And so I've talked about that anytime, anywhere, any device model for the compelling future we want to see, but it comes with a lot of risk. And we're working very hard this year on projects to go ahead and mitigate that risk. There's an increase in financial fraud and social engineering that's out there right now. And it seems like every time we try to solve one problem with this cybersecurity risk, one or two more arise. So you're all familiar with ransomware. You all know about phishing. The latest one on our front is now something called smishing. Yep. But it seems like every time we handle this, more things arise. People are very creative with this. Government data is a really valuable target for cyber criminals. You think about health records, justice information, taxpayer information. These are valuable resources for information. And Assistant CAO Rivera mentioned early on about the Ukraine-Russia war and the challenges that we're experiencing with that. And we're finding that the cybersecurity attacks on infrastructure are increasing because of the war. Part of that has to do with the fact that the West has sanctioned the normal dollar and euro sources for cyber criminals to go ahead and make money. And so when it comes to working with government, they will attack us with ransomware, which is normally paid in cryptocurrency, which is currently not sanctioned. So until they take care of that, those entities they could potentially get cryptocurrency from become higher targets. So that's the situation we're in right now. Your board has supported the creation of an information security unit within ISD that takes care of all county organizations. And we're collaborating with internal and external stakeholders to try to go ahead and improve our stance on this. That includes people like Homeland Security, Department of Emergency Management. I know Chris Godley is here today. And also risk management. We're trying to improve the county's cybersecurity posture so that we're not in that situation. We also see some opportunities in this coming year to try to go ahead and seek funding from state and federal sources if we pull together to try to go ahead and work on this problem. The third bullet on this slide is about resiliency. And what I would tell you is that although we're trying to move everyone to the cloud, we also know that we have systems that still exist inside the county environment that we can't move to the cloud, or at least not yet. And so we really need to think of those systems as well. So part of what we're doing is improving the services, making redundancies in communications, and improving our electrical systems. For instance, we're putting in a new emergency generator to really make sure that we as a county are able to continue sustaining services, whether we're in the cloud or on campus. The last bullet here is on communications and collaboration. And I would say one of the things that we really found during the pandemic was that we had a real life exercise in remote working. And we found some things that we thought we'd put in place that would do the job that really didn't meet our expectations. And we had other tools that were great that were underutilized. And so one of the things we'll be doing this year is taking a look at the tools we already have and trying to figure out where we can go ahead and change so that as we move forward as a county, we're better able to meet the collaboration and communications needs of the employees who work here. So the last thing is our program change request. And this really gets into moving forward with our climate goals. We have a fleet of 8 vehicles that we use here at ISD for daily work. It's for delivering mail. It's for picking up packages for the courier service. It's for moving technical equipment like desktop computers and servers. It is critical to our success on a daily basis. And we're trying to cycle through our entire fleet over the next handful of years here before we go ahead and get to the 25-26 goal that we're all attempting to achieve here. So this year we have our first vehicles that have expired and need to be replaced. We found the upfront costs on this are a little more than we expected. And so we're asking for your board support to go ahead and supply us with one-time funds to help us with the construction of a charging station and provide some of the costs associated with that first vehicle. Last thing before I go ahead and close here today, I did want to go ahead and move back to my start where I went ahead and talked about the value of people. And that is I want to acknowledge the people who work for our department. It'd be really just impossible to go ahead and do this work without the great people who go ahead and support this technology on a daily basis. I've been with them for 24 years in this department, and I am amazed at what they continue to do every day. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to your comments and questions.
Well, Dan and Michelle, I want to thank you all. And I want to thank you for bookending it on both sides with not just talking about the challenges of workforce these days, but talking about what people deliver. You and your department are truly at the nexus of the future. You know, we talk all the time about disasters, what we've all gone through, but you know, mitigation and upstream investment and preparedness on the cybersecurity side is more important than ever. And then on the other side is as we continue to kind of dive into what the future of work is and where we can really optimize this telework with our county campus and other things, it shows you that you are far beyond managing systems and you're much more invested in designing the future for our workforce. So that's from what I can see, 116 individuals in your department. And I want to pass it over to my colleagues for any questions and or discussion items. But once again, what I see here before us is there might be some questions about it, but I see a straight line budget with some program change requests. Once again, the program change requests will appear before us when we come back in June. And from what I can see here in front of us, they're pretty focused on one-time ability to get things done. So I'm going to pass it over Supervisor Hopkins and Supervisor Gorin.
First of all, I just want to say thank you to you and everyone in your department. You know, hands down, you are always there whenever we need you in my office, and everyone is always just so friendly and eager to help. And it's wonderful. And I know that you have dealt with quite a bit, right? I mean, the whole transition to virtual work where you were with us every single step of the way and then still maintaining that support for folks, whether they're working here in the office or, you know, virtually from home. So thank you for all of the fantastic work that you do. My question is really around kind of looking at this challenge of having 36% of your workforce eligible for retirement at a time when recruitment and retention of folks with the skill set of your employees is very challenging. That really kind of was a red flag of concern for me when I read that. And then I also wanted to sort of, as a side note, talk about the fact that you all have a very substantial day-to-day workload, right? And then you're often asked to sort of undertake these massive things, like, for instance, migrating the entire county website to a new, prettier website, right? Those are huge things outside of the scope of your regular course of work. So I guess, number one, how can we support you on the recruitment and retention side of things, recognizing that you're on the cusp of a substantial wave of retirement? And then number two, how do we create surge capacity within your department? Is it through kind of hiring on like a consultant to assist with some of these more complex tasks, or is it sort of, building up an extra help bench, or what do you sort of see as the future of your department? And by the way, I appreciate that you don't have too many program change requests and super excited about the EVs, but it also sounds like there are some things that, if we don't get ahead of them, could create challenges in the horizon.
I think it's a great question, and there's several answers I can give you here. First of all, we are really working hard to go ahead and do recruitments. And when we do a recruitment, we don't just hire one person at a time. We try to do 2 or 3 simultaneously. We also go ahead and ask people if they're interested in doing extra help, because sometimes we're surprised. It's a person close to retirement who is willing to go ahead and take just a couple days a week. So knowing that we have this extra pool we can pull from even when we're doing full-time recruitments is very valuable. Within our ITA ranks, for instance, the folks who take care of your desktop computer or the service desk when you make a call. We recently did 2 recruitments there and also picked up, I believe it was 3 part-time people as well, extra help to go ahead and assist us there. Beyond that, we also go ahead and work with a number of agencies to bring in temporary help. And I believe there's a item coming to your board on May 3rd, where we're bringing in 3 contracts simultaneously from temporary firms to try to go ahead and bring them additional help. And those cover the spectrum of all the positions that we have within the technical realm within ISD. So on a short term, we can do that. We also have contract workers. And then, of course, we always rely on external vendors when we bring in new projects. So, for instance, right now, working on Office 365, We have a company called Insight that's providing substantial help to the county to go ahead and bring the product in so that we're ready to manage it on an ongoing basis once they depart. I hope that covers all the items.
That was very helpful. One thought, and maybe this is actually something for Christina Kramer and HR when they come forward, but my district director used to work for San Francisco, and he, the San Francisco government, and he mentioned that they had gone through a similar challenge actually with recruitment and retention of their ISD staff, and that they had come up with some solutions, particularly around things like rolling applications, and basically like always being willing to accept applicants, right? And not kind of actually having closed periods, because it sounds like you're always going to need to have someone waiting in the wings, right? So this might be something to, I would love to follow up with both your department and HR around how do we think creatively about this. Maybe there are some best practices in other jurisdictions like San Francisco that we can look to address that. And then I guess just one quick follow-up would be, on the side of the surge capacity of those big tasks, can you just talk to me a little bit about like what that was like for your staff to try to manage that, as well as the day-to-day workload and, and kind of that surge capacity or, resource building when we do ask you to do something really big, whether it's, overhauling a sort of security system, or whether it's suddenly transitioning to virtual work, or, whether it was migrating the website?
First of all, I think this is the most committed groups of people I've ever dealt with. And so often they're volunteering to go ahead and take on overtime. We've actually had to tell people, no, you can't work at things at home off the books. I appreciate that commitment that you have to the organization, but we really need to hear what the demand is here so we can figure out how we get you all the resources to take care of this. So I think there's a certain element we can use for overtime. Then certainly we call the agencies, we go ahead and look for other teams that may not be their day-to-day work, but they have previously worked within that unit. And so we go ahead and may pull from other divisions. So for the work we're talking about here for technical services, for instance, that's about half of our staff. That other half, many of those people have promoted through the ranks in those other locations and still have portions of that skill set. So we're able to slide people around a little bit on some of these needs. And sometimes that's short term while we go ahead and then do research to pull in from other locations. One other thing I forgot to mention to you is we do tap the Sonoma State University quite heavily. We go through interns with them, and we brought in a number of interns who become full-time staff members later on based upon their demonstration of those skills. So we're really looking at all those sources, and I appreciate the offer you're making. I would definitely like to take you up on that.
Thank you so much.
Supervisor Gorin?
Well, I don't want to thank you for implementing new technology. You're driving my district director bonkers.
Sorry.
But I recognize every time any organization chooses new software or implements new applications, change is difficult. And added to that, the need for cybersecurity, two-factor authentic, and all of the above. It's part of me said, can I just retire now rather than learn that? But fortunately, I have a great staff who are going to be helping me, and also really looking forward to ease of a construction of a supervisor's website, because I've had a personal and a county website. County has been really challenging to access and post things. So I'm looking forward to having a site where we can put our municipal advisory council information and a lot of other information on that. So I am looking forward to that. And thank you. And welcome aboard, Dan. This is so much fun. All of the challenges that you just talked about. But you have great staff. Some of them are behind you or next to you. And I've met with a number of them, as I've met with Scampsy and other folks of the employee base. We owe you an enormous debt of gratitude for all of your work over the past 2 years in helping us prepare for and implement and understand Zoom and GoToMeetings and all of the parts of working remotely. We could not have done that without you and your amazing team. And yes, we've called upon you frequently to say, we can't do this, help us implement this. So hats off to all of you. And, my husband worked for HB Agilent Keysight, and he would be no help to you whatsoever because he's into electrons, how they go, and not necessarily coding, but this is part of technology. And they've had migration over the years of engineers to various startups. It's always a challenge when you're recruiting for technical folks. We certainly had that challenge when all of the telecom startups happened and then went bust a couple of decades ago. Keep your pedal to the metal and eyes forward. Take advantage of some good opportunities in how to navigate through this. I love approving extra help on the board's agendas because I know that we have experienced folks willing to work a couple days a week, adding their expertise to the task at hand. I don't really have any questions, just kudos to all of you because you are the heart and soul and the brain of the organization. And I know you recognize we came really close to losing part of that brain in the fire. So I love seeing how you are emphasizing resiliency, as all of us are doing in our personal lives, trying to get as much information, photos, et cetera, up into the clouds, create less vulnerability. I often worry about the resiliency of those clouds swirling around the planet, but that's a different question. That's above my pay grade for sure. And I love the fact that you're replacing your vehicle with an electric vehicle. So you get it. You're part of who we are and how we're moving forward. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks. Supervisor Hopkins actually asked most of the questions that I have, but I'm curious about your program change requests. Are those reflected in the budget that you're presenting, or are those in addition to the budget you're presenting?
It would be in addition. Michelle, did you want to supply me?
Recommended budget does not include any recommended program changes. So that is what we're requesting that the board consider in addition to what we've provided as a recommendation.
Thank you. And that keeps me from asking that question to everybody else who brings those forward. Appreciate it. Appreciate your work.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Rabbit.
And I think those are the questions I was going to follow up on as well. I will say that on the add back position, if it's a mandated work position, I'm not sure why it's an ad on the add back list. And that might be more towards our budget folks. Again, the way I always look at it, there's those core services that we're required to do no matter what, and we have to have the personnel to carry that out. There's another list of nice to do projects, but if push comes to shove, it's the nice to do projects that are going to get cut, not the mandated list. And I would look forward to a discussion about that, not just with this department, but with others in terms of how we determine what's on the add back list, especially when it's mandated and not on the nice to do side of things. And that could be capacity or whatever else. And I just need to know a little more information. I should have started off by just saying thank you. Thank you to your department, especially this last couple of years and getting everything up and running for remote work. I know that our office has been saved so many times by Julia, Marco, Ross. Ross is great. Unfortunately, I get locked out. I blame the Russians. I get locked out every now and again, especially when the computer goes from one, whether it's home to the office and back and forth, and then all of a sudden you just can't get back in and you try too hard and you lock yourself out, and then we have to make that phone call. But it's always, the customer service is always done so quickly and so well. So thank you for that. And I do recognize the challenges with technology. Always and trying to stay abreast of things. So thanks for all the work there. Do look forward to the discussion regarding that kind of the mandated approach of work, caseload, whatever we want to call it. And thank you for all the work.
Thank you.
And that's when you know the security is working, when we cannot get in ourselves. But absolutely, the program change requests and the restorations, AKA add-backs that we call them, are part of the conversation of the budget hearings. These, we come at you at this point in time with the recommended budget baseline, and then we take the time between now and before budget hearings for Peter's and Natalie's team to really dig into whether or not something is mandated. Why was this a cut? That kind of stuff. And then we'll bring you an analysis with those results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From my side, I think my questions have been answered. Anything that you would like to lay in with, to leave us with right now?
No, thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. And for all those, hopefully, your employees who are the backbone that we don't always see, just want to extend our sincere gratitude for not just keeping us running, but leaning in. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Gore. We
Yeah.
welcome our Clerk Recorder Assessor, Ms. Diva Proto, and her staff here with us today. Thank you so much. Again, Diva and her team have been great about keeping slides, to the most important highlights. They'll be going through their presentation and leaving time for questions. Diva is dealing with technology right now, but she'll be on and running soon. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome, Diva.
Thank you for having me, Chair Gore, members of the Board of Supervisors, Assistant County Administrator, and County Council. My name is Diva Proto, and I am the Sonoma County Clerk Recorder, Assessor, Registrar of Voters. And we have our presentation. So on the screen, we have a couple of our election staff. I like to always say that our department is the cornerstone of our economy and our democracy. And a lot of the time, people don't think about our department unless they need it, although that's changing a little bit with elections. But for the most part, you don't think about the assessor, you don't think about the county clerk or the recorder unless you're in the process of getting your birth certificate, you get your tax bills. You don't necessarily think about what goes into the background. But it is a lot of very dedicated, hardworking staff that are really making sure that our department and our county is functioning. So as I alluded to, we have a couple divisions. So the county clerk, the county recorder, assessor, registrar of voters, and then we also have an admin unit that provides support to all the other divisions. So we have an increase of about a little over $1 million for the 2022-23 recommended budget, a total of almost $22 million total. We do have a net change of 2 positions, and those are the Proposition 19 positions that your board approved earlier this year. Not reflected in this, as Peter mentioned, are the additional positions that were just granted a couple weeks ago by your board. So the assessor is the bulk of that expense. We have 66, almost 67 employees, budget just over $12 million. County clerk is the smallest with 5 staff members and under $1 million. We also have the recorder, the registrar of voters, and again, administration. And then we also have our internal department transfers, which administration is billed to all the other divisions. So general fund is the bulk of our expenses. We also have a significant amount of money that comes from fees and charges for services, some state funds, and then use of fund balance as well. So really our challenges and opportunities in the assessor's office right now, it's really related to Proposition 19 and all the changes that are coming related to that. So we had another law passed in September 2021 that changed and defined some of the Proposition 19 language. And then we are currently tracking a number of citizen initiatives and state legislation that would further define and change provisions of Proposition 19. On the clerk recorder side, we are looking at the restrictive covenant legislation that was approved last year. So that involves us going through all of our old recorded documents, identifying and redacting illegally restrictive language
and making that available and more visible for people. And then in elections, we always have frequently changing legislation and regulations coming to us from the state level. So just kind of as a marker, we had 10 bills passed in 2021 that changed timelines, mandates, requirements related to elections. This year, we're tracking 31 bills that would all have significant changes to elections. We're also working on implementing our new bilingual designation. So all of our elections and election materials going forward will be in both English and Spanish. And then one of the opportunities we've gotten lately is there has been state funding for some elections, which has not occurred very often in the past. So some of our challenges, really, it's related to staffing for us on the assessor side. We have ongoing staffing issues, primarily related to mandates and our workload backlog. On the clerk recorder side, we're working on adjusting our duties to balance our workload related to customer service. We have a lot of people that come into our office on a daily basis to get services. I think we have some of the highest traffic in the county. And so making sure that we can adequately serve people, we're working on kind of adjusting and cross-training. And then on the Registrar of Voters, we are implementing our new election cost model and mandates that are coming down, making sure that we are compliant with everything. So our objectives over the 22-23 fiscal year, as I've mentioned, continuing to implement Proposition 19 and any new legislation that comes down and comply with all legal mandates. We do want to note that the board did approve funding. We got 2 time-limited positions to support our Prop 19 workload. We also got a deed processing software and then worked with ISD to get funding for a database for state reporting requirements. On the clerk recorder side, again, implementing that restrictive covenant modification program. And then we're also looking at adopting processes to allow for changes to vital records based on gender and sex identifier as required by state law. Most of those will be done at the state level, but there is a number of vital records that are held within the county that we have to work on processes for. And by the time the 2022 or 22-23 budget comes along, hopefully we will have had a successful June 22 election, but we will be working on successfully implementing the Voters' Choice Act model for the November election, which we know will be big. We do have a couple program change requests. One is a one-time general fund request for $230,000, really to rebuild our assessment system databases. We rely on a lot of standalone databases to keep our assessment system running and do the work and reporting outside of our main assessment system. Those were built a long time ago. They're not on the best technology. We actually can't transition all the way to Office 365 until we have some of our stuff upgraded. And then also assessor staffing resources. So we are requesting 5 positions, which would have an ongoing general fund impact of $652,000. And that, again, is not reflected of the positions that were just added in April. So these are in addition to those. And that concludes my presentation. If
Thank
there are
you
any
very
questions.
much. Yeah, thank you very much, Steve. I think we're going to go to some questions right now. I want to just kick this off with a little bit of a clarity on the program change requests, because the first thing I want to acknowledge is that, you know, while a lot of us, for various reasons, focus on the register of voters and other things like that that are really public facing. And really, when you're in the news, I don't mean that because those of us are elected. I mean it more in the sense of it's what's the flash of your department versus what we've seen over the course of the years, even with your team printing up people's birth certificates and marriage certificates in the wake of fires and local assistance centers and all of this everyday work. When you get us over to marry people on over in the gardens over here, in the middle of Valentine's Day when we step back and the everyday everythings. I really want to start by acknowledging that we had an item that came forward to the board that really already reviewed the 4 positions that were vital, and for you to kind of just once again scope that out for us, what you need to right size. The reason I say this is at times I have reached out to your office, and I know others have as well, because you're integral to so many other processes happening. So we'll go and work with Permit Sonoma or work with somebody else on a subdivision or something that's happening, constituent issue, and all of a sudden it'll come back to you. And then we'll say, hey, can we prioritize that? And you're like, no, I can't prioritize one because I have 100 that I'm trying to get my staff to. So the other side of this is that one would say this is a classic example of biting our nose to spite our face, because that's necessary county work that also updates the tax rolls. And I'm not somebody who's ever like saying, hey, we need to get more money out of the county. But the key here is that's what I have constituents who say. They say, good Lord, I'm trying to do a subdivision, not in a bad way, but I'm trying to do a subdivision which would take this out of Prop 13 and do a sale and all these other things. And I can't get you guys to review it. And so I want you to talk to us about where we're at with that board item, where you want to be with the program change requests and what we can expect. Because you also told me that you can't just staff up on a contract. You need to have people that are certified or government employees. I can't remember exactly it is. So I can't think of a more appropriate area that we right size our budget before we go to all the extra initiatives that we want to do. So can you solidify that for me, where we're at, what we want to see in June, what you need from us, and where we go from here?
Absolutely. Thank you. So as part of the budget process over the last, probably 10, 15 years, as salaries and benefits go up, as we're asked to take cuts, it's very hard in our department because we do have elections. We do have some very small divisions like the county clerk where we would not be able to provide services if we cut staff members. And so the assessor's office has really taken the bulk of those cuts. At the same time, we've had disasters, we've had increases in building and sales. And so our workload has either remained the same or increased in most areas, but our staffing has been reduced. So in the item that we just brought to you, that was some appraisers and some support staff specifically related to the real property arena. So that is our changes in ownership, getting those processed, and then also doing the appraisals that are necessary to get those information to the tax roll. The program change request that we have as part of our budget is also related to meeting mandates. And so it's more in the business property area, 2 auditor appraisers. We have legally required mandates that we have to meet, a number of audits that we have to do per year. And we've lost auditors over the years, so we've struggled to meet those mandates. The audits are really important on the business property side because it, makes sure that we are collecting the right number of business property taxes. It's also really important for the taxpayer themselves because we want to verify that we are not overcharging. And so we are auditing to make sure that we are collecting the right amount and we're kind of right sizing it every time we do an audit. We also have a CAD mapper position, which is specifically related to those subdivision needs and getting those processed so that they can go to our appraisal unit and everything like that. Our staff, the auditor appraisers, the appraisers, our change in ownership, our exemption staff are all certified through the state. So the Board of Equalization, everyone who comes into one of those positions has to be certified within 1 year, and they have to maintain a certain number of continuing education credits. So it's unfortunately not something we can do with a contractor because of the state mandates.
Thank you. Those are the questions I have. I'm going to start here to my left and see if there's any questions right now. Supervisor Corsi.
Just one quick one. You mentioned the bilingual certification requirement. Is it required for candidates to have a Spanish statement as well as an English statement on the ballot? now?
Yes,
It was optional before, now it's required.
correct. It was optional. Now it is required. So the candidate statements are paid for by the candidate. So now there's just not a cheaper option if you wanted to do English only. You do have to do both of them.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you for all the work. It is required, I can tell you that. And, it's actually much easier just having it be the one charge because it was always something I believe that most of us did anyway, for all the right reasons. So thank you for all the work. And I'll just repeat what I said last time in terms of really trying to hone in on those mandates that you have to produce, the caseloads associated with that, the timeframes required, and making sure that we're providing not just at a minimum level, but actually doing stellar service, which your department really does do, even though you've been shorthanded because of the different budget effects that we've had for the last so many years. For me personally, this is going to be the kind of how we look at whenever budgets get tight. That's, I think, where the appropriate places to really hone in on. While there's lots of things we'd like to spend money on, there are those things that we must spend money on. And I just want to make sure that we continue down that vein. So thank you for that. And we'll continue to have discussions regarding those, all those different pieces of the of work that you do that is required of you and your office.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gorin, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to your amazing staff for rocking and rolling with the punches, whether we're dealing with lost property that have to be reappraised because of the fires or the supplemental taxes that need to come in. And I'm sure all of the, although you try to let everybody know that there will be supplemental taxes coming in, it's still a struggle. It's like, what? And also thank you for your frequent briefings about all of the legislation coming down that you have to implement, and especially regarding the voter's choice. On the radio this morning, I was listening to an explanation about why this is a good thing. And it's not easy for you to implement, looking for locations as we've tried to help you get those locations for 10 days. The question that I have is, previously when we had a polling place, we had volunteers paid a little stipend for their work. And are you now looking for volunteers to pay a stipend for 10 days? Or would one of your staff people be at the voting locations?
So with the Voters' Choice Act, we will have for the 2022 elections, 7 vote centers that will be open for 11 days total. Our office will be one of that, so that we'll be staffed. And then we'll have 4 days before the election, we open another 24 locations. So all of those, we are asking for people to get stipends. We may be bringing a board item before you prior to the June election to increase those stipends, because we are struggling to get poll workers for the full period of time. And we also want to acknowledge that the earlier days have a different time requirement than the long election day. So changing the amount based on that. But yes, at this point in time, we are using stipends. We're working with human resources to see if there is a better staffing model. But of course, they have been pulled in many different directions with COVID and implementing new rules related to that. So we won't have anything for the June election, but probably something more for the November election.
Well, thank you. I know it is challenging. I was assuming we would just be migrating to the vote by mail for everyone in the state. And instead, whoops, we have something overlaid on that that's a little diverse from the intent of everybody voting by permanent absentee ballot. So thank you to your incredible staff. And how can we, and I'm sure you will, get out the word to us if you're looking for volunteers to staff those voting locations. So we'll try to make that happen and help you.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Hopkins?
I also just want to really extend my thanks and my gratitude. And I feel like in a sea of hardworking county leaders, you're one of the hardest working that I know. And I know that that kind of goes not just to you, but really to all of your staff. I believe that maybe one of your sort of peak achievements was running an election in the middle of a pandemic and in the middle of a fire, right? Didn't that happen?
Yep.
Yes. So really, really well done. And, you know, when I look at sort of the workload, and I mean, currently tracking 31 bills that have the potential to fundamentally change how you conduct your operations, it feels like you just constantly are on your toes, kind of jumping from one change to the next. And so what I think used to be much more of a cyclical workload has become essentially constant. And so I just really look forward to leading in on those program change requests, but I know that's not the conversation we're having today, but I look forward to the budget deliberations and just want to acknowledge and just say thank you for all the work that you and your staff have done. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, on the election side, we used to say that it was used to be planning a wedding where you knew how many people were showing up. It was one day, a specific time period. You had RSVPs, you could prep for it. And now it's a 30-day wedding where you don't have RSVPs. You're not sure when people are showing up. And you still have to pull it off anyways.
And no open bar, right?
Thank goodness.
What is our current, in our most recent elections, the best of your ability of mail-in, and then and then where we're at compared to kind of other counties throughout California?
Before the new laws went into effect that effectively moved everybody to permanent vote by mail, we had about 85% of our voters were signed up to permanently vote by mail. And then we always had more than that. We have people who would request a ballot just for that election. And then we also have small precincts where there was no ability to have a polling place, so that they would have no opportunity to vote in person. So it was always around 90% of our voters would be mailed a ballot. And really, that's about how it was. I think in March of 2021, we had maybe 14% of people voted in person. And then in November of 2020, I want to say it was down to about 6%. So even with the expanded in-person voting options in terms of number of days, we just have seen a lot of people who find the convenience of voting by mail very good, and our ballot drop boxes are very popular. So in the November 2020 election, we got about 43% of our ballots back via the drop boxes. So they're coming back directly to our office. And it's actually a nice cost savings because we don't have to return the post or pay the postage on those return ballots.
So the drop box, you still consider that to be mail-in because it's still the mail-in. What you've received in your home, you just fill it out and you drop it off as opposed to put it back in the mail. And that was 43%. Fascinating.
Yes. And then we had about 36% that came back via USPS.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think we're good for right now. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to try and get back on schedule. We had a 15-minute break initially allocated, but for everybody, this is a quick bathroom break. We'll come back at 10:35 and have Department of Emergency Services, or we could just sit here and have to go to the bathroom really bad because we like to feel uncomfortable every time we talk to Chris Godley and crew. Yeah, it's emergency. Okay, we're gonna recess for 5 minutes.
Good morning and welcome back. I believe we're ready to continue the meeting. Just 1 second.
Very much, Marcia. Passing it over to Christina Rivera again.
Thank you, Chair Gore. Welcome to Director Gottlieb and Ms. Dagny Thomas. I get a little nervous when I see so many DEM in front of me. I feel like I'm at the EOC by wearing suits, so that's different. We are
That's
not wearing baseball caps. Welcome so much. We look forward to your presentation. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Deputy County Administrator and County Counsel Christopher Godley, Director of Emergency Management. I'm joined by Dagny Thomas, our Department's Administrative Services Officer, with an overview of the department budget for fiscal year 22-23. I'll turn it over to somebody who knows all about the money. Dagny?
Good morning. So similar to all the previous departments, we are about $1 million net change from last fiscal year. That is due to many increases in our federal grant opportunities, which have been numerous over the last year. We have 4 divisions, and we have, in our 3rd year, expanded our functional budget areas to 6 to better account for our program areas and accounting needs so that they're more clearly defined. Our largest functional area is the operational area grants. We are moving 2 of our administrative staff into that area, the 2 staff that actually manage that area, so that we can basically reflect all of their revenues and expenditures against that specific area. Our newest functional area is our emergency operations resources. This current year, we are showing that on our budget as Emergency Operations Center. And over the last year, we have realized that we want to better handle our department our department operations resources, such as our response trailers, the Emergency Operations Center, and we have 2 emergency supply warehouses and 2 county emergency supply warehouses. One of those was grant funded due to COVID and stores most of our COVID emergency supplies. 62% of our budget is for next fiscal year is federal pass-through, and that pass-through benefits county departments and operational area partners. Some of the projects that we are working on this year, one of them is the Registrar of Voters Emergency Power Supply Reinforcement Project that was funded by PSPS state-funded money. We have upcoming in the next fiscal year, and we're waiting our final approval on CDBG grants funding through Housing Community Development. We have Community Emergency Resiliency Centers. You'll hear them as CERCs, quite often said through many of our different board items. And we also have Community Preparedness and Outreach and Education Program requests in, and those are part of the CDBG requests.
So in terms of actually what's coming our way in terms of challenges for the department, it's legislation, it's Sacramento. They're being very active now in addressing a number of challenges that we relate to, especially relates to climate change, weather-induced hazards. And in many ways, the state is kind enough to not only provide us guidance on what we should be doing, but they're telling us what we should be doing in terms of the level and variety of services that we should be providing to our residents. So we're looking to adjust and amend our plans to ensure that we're not only compliant with the state, but really with the spirit of what the state is trying to accomplish there. In terms of operational challenges for the department, we are in now our 3rd consecutive year of severe drought. We do expect increased demands for what we specialize in, which is multi-jurisdictional, multidisciplinary coordination to address both the hazards provided directly by the drought as well as wildfire and extreme heat. A second challenge is that the staffing structure that we put into place over the last 3 years, we've identified basically a deficit in our ability to provide intermediate supervision to staff. This has created some gaps in line staff, especially in the areas of managing the county's continuity of operations program. overseeing some of our short-term disaster recovery planning efforts, as well as staffing the 24/7, the existing 24/7 staff duty officer position. And then finally, like every other department that will come before you, we are experiencing significant staff turnover, especially in some of our line service positions. I would note that 2 years in Sonoma County can get you a job pretty much anywhere in our line of work. So we find people that see opportunities well outside the county. And we are working with HR to identify both the short-term and long-term solutions to that challenge. In terms of our key objectives for next year, it's revised the county's continuity of operations plan. It's served us extremely well as we've evacuated the campus in the last couple of years and also implemented it significantly during the COVID-19 initial response. But we do want to update that. We are implementing new software, which will automate a number of processes, but we need to exercise that muscle more fully. We also are going to be looking at reviewing and potentially revising the county's emergency council governance structure, especially as part of the multi-jurisdictional regional opportunities with our operator partners, including cities and special districts and community-based organizations. And then we're continuing to invest in improvements to our grant management capabilities. We have gone from about $1 million a year to just over 3 million, but we have to be more aggressive. There's a lot going on out there in both state and federal grant opportunities. And we want to be more active in identifying those opportunities, bring that money not just into our department or even county departments, but also on behalf of the operational area, the cities, special districts, again, community-based organizations and others. And then finally, looking at our program change requests.
So we are asking this year for an additional senior emergency services coordinator position. It does not exist in this class. We are also analyzing, as Chris had mentioned, due to our staffing challenges, equity adjustments potentially with the deputy emergency services coordinator positions. That being said, this would be a new position that we are creating. It would add an additional 24/7 on-call staff duty officer to our rotation, which is critical during on and off emergency times. It would identify a designated continuity of operations program manager. We've had a retiree extra help during one of our larger activations previously. We would also identify a short-term disaster recovery program manager within the emergency management department to oversee and coordinate initial recovery and response to disasters. Due to the dissolution of ORR, we really have a deficit in that area right now countywide. And it would incorporate a senior level emergency coordinator to help with the day-to-day management and coordination of the deputy emergency services coordinators.
That and Christina would also see them in the emergency operations centers. They would be a key senior leader in the EOC, potentially to augment or even replace some of the county staff that currently serve in both the planning section. No, Christina, you're still on the hook. Sorry. As well as planning and operations sections. Our second request is for our emergency response vehicle to tow much of the new fleet that we've received over the last several years, including the ADA accessible shower unit, some of our heavier emergency shelter trailers that we have, as well as emergency generator and other trailers, as well as move bulk supplies. We have warehouses, a forklift, and now we need something to move stuff. I characterize both PCRs as basically being that we're a good bantamweight boxer. We're really strong, organized, disciplined. We work out, we're exercised as a county, but we just need a little more muscle to get in the ring with the big guys. With what's coming up, we just need a little more muscle. That's about it for the PCRs. And pending your questions or discussion, that completes our presentation.
Thank you very much. Appreciate where you're at. I appreciate that your key operational objectives and your challenges match with your program change requests and where you're at. This is not new. This is something you've talked, I think, with quite a few of us about, but it's been a long time coming. I also want to acknowledge that, if we look at your budget, we've obviously, since 2017, drastically reformed, expanded, even though it's a lean machine, Department of Emergency Management out of need. But the complexity of getting these grants on the ground is something we've talked a lot about as well. So, trying to figure it out and understand where you are versus where some in the community want you to be as a service organization, but supporting them to be those service organizations is something that I'm keenly interested in. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleagues for questions. See if anybody wants to lean in. And so Supervisor Corsi.
Thanks. Good to see you this morning. This is probably not a question that I need answered this morning, but I'm going to telegraph my board inquiry. It'll probably come to you to the CDC and Continuum of Care CAO's office. And it's related to your mention of climate resiliency, extreme heat events, extreme cold events, and how we take care of folks during those events. I'll be looking for suggestions for policy and resources to take care of our most vulnerable residents during extreme heat and extreme cold. So that's just a sneak preview. And on your second program change request, how have you been moving these mobile assets around to date?
So in the last year, we've almost doubled the fleet. And so what we do at this point is we go to TPW and beg them for the one guy and the one truck that can make it happen. What we're looking for is also the ability to move them pre-disaster, to rotate inventory and supplies, to exercise the trailers, that kind of thing as well. I should also mention we've been looking at other alternatives. I'm afraid electric's not there yet in terms of its capacity to torque and provide heavy tow. So we're stuck with a gasoline or a diesel powered vehicle at this point as the options for moving those big machines. 10 years from now, we'll be in the game. At least I believe the fleet will be in the game in terms of the vehicles that'll support that kind of operation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for all the work. Thank you for always being there and for being so paranoid on our behalf. I love that piece about your job. No, I'm serious. And as opposed to what I said earlier regarding the mandated versus the nice to do, in this particular case, it's the almost an insurance policy type approach in my mind of what we need to make sure that we're prepared for going forward. And look to you and your guidance about making sure that the pieces are in place. And unfortunately, we've all had, and you've certainly had more experience, you and your staff have had more experience than most. And we know what to expect. And we'll have more of the, perhaps, not that heat event is not a big deal, but not to the same extent as the travesties, and just making sure that we have those pieces in play. And that's my long way of saying, I don't know how in this one you go versus the nice to have versus the mandatory to have in terms of the change, the program change requests, especially for the FTE. But look forward to having those discussions as we go forward to make sure that you're in the right spot as we move into the, we're always in the mode for whatever may be out there, but certainly into this fall. So thank you again for all the work. Thank you to staff as well.
Thank you. And I would just mention that we have tried to apply our grant expertise to solving our problems. We've been fairly adept at that, but some things just don't fit in the square box. They just won't make it. That's why we're coming to you for these two only. I'd also mention in response to Supervisor Corsi about, and your mention of heat. It's interesting that this has evolved in just the last 5 years as a significant public health safety threat that's received so much attention based on recent experience. The California legislative analysts just put out a series of reports 3 weeks ago that attempts to quantify the impacts of climate change for California communities, and heat is a significant one. We could expect to see our most senior population, those that are 65 and older, we could lose 20 people per 100,000 each year due to heat, as that becomes a significant factor. Also, wildfire smoke is now being seen as a significant immediate life safety threat to many members of our community, especially those that work outdoors during these events. So I appreciate the fact that you understand if we're not immediately up against it, at some point it's going to come to call. Yeah.
Thank you. Supervisor Hopkins.
Thanks. And I really appreciate the sort of clarity around the operational objectives as well as the program change requests. And I think that the emergency response transport vehicle is a fantastic idea and will allow us to better respond to disasters. My question is, I guess, a little bit big picture than the precise budget, but I've had a number of conversations with you, like, what's the disaster that sort of keeps you up at night, right? Because we've now been through most of them. And I remember when you said pandemic, we've gotten that one on the sort of bingo box, right? We had an almost tsunami. What do you feel like we still need to invest in really meaningfully in terms of, what fires we've been through, right? And we're getting better with each passing one. We're sort of more effective at responding. We know our agency partners, we work together and we collaborate. What's the one that you feel like we still need to invest in?
So through the chair, I might suggest earthquake. We are overdue for a significant Bay Area earthquake that will profoundly challenge the region, not just localized communities like we've seen with fire and flood. This is going to be everybody is going to be in it all at the same time. And so the ability to gather our resources quickly from other places that are affected is going to be severely hampered. We may be well on our own for days in response to that earthquake. And we're going to see disruption like we've not experienced before, loss of infrastructure, including communications, electricity, water, sewer. That's going to be a profound shock to the community. That's the one that keeps me up at night, to be quite honest.
And in terms of measures, I mean, I know that we're looking at, the potential of storing emergency supplies in far-flung parts of the county, and that's something that we're moving forward on. Are there any other big picture projects you would like to tackle, maybe not in this budget, but in upcoming years, or try to apply for grants to support a little bit more resilience? Because I always think about that one too, and think about the fact that, in West County, the number of bridges that we have that could be compromised, and the fact that if this is really epicenter in the Bay Area, the resources are first going to flood into the mostly urban Bay Area, right? San Francisco, South Bay, and then they'll come up the 101 corridor, hopefully hit Santa Rosa, and then it's going to be sort of a slow, kind of diaspora of resources out to our more rural communities. So folks really do need to be prepared to be more independent and to have resources locally that don't require, shuttling back and forth. So some thoughts about that, or what would be on your wish list for earthquake preparedness?
So you hit the nail on the head. It comes down to people. If our community is truly resilient, if our neighborhoods are truly cohesive, we speak to one another, we go to a barbecue once in a while, if we can come together in crisis, then we're going to be able to handle the earthquake. And so to that end, we are investing in developing community emergency response team training. The communities organized to prepare for emergencies is really the flagship of what we would hope to see in place when a big earthquake occurs. And the second area for investment is going to, of course, be our physical infrastructure. The water agency's done a tremendous job of looking to build a more resilient water system network with more flexible couplings near the earthquake fault lines, interties that allow them to move water around potentially areas that are broken. Even PG&E's done a good job with their earthquake resilience work on some of their transformer substations, that kind of thing. And you mentioned roads. That is where we're going to hurt. I can tell you we could potentially lose Highway 101 in certain places. Caltrans has done a tremendous job in the last 25 years, though, with the bridges, but we don't know where the problems are going to always pop up. So that infrastructure investment also extends to county, not just our roads, but we do need a new earthquake-proof county center. So I'm totally going to sign that petition. That would be wonderful to keep those lights on.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And
Go right ahead. Thank you.
thank you, Chris. Lots of conversations, lots of questions that I have, lots of continuing conversations. And I'm not sure that the board really knows that there is a major fault line going up Sonoma Valley. So you and I have had that conversation regarding the potential for earthquake coming from the Bay Area up the valley. And I jokingly, half jokingly say, we should have a stockpile of temporary bridges to straddle the fault line when we need it. Because if that divides Sonoma Valley, we're going to need desperately for those temporary bridges. And also, thank you for locating the structure for the storage of supplies. And I said, maybe on the opposite side of that fault line from the population. So thus we do need some of those temporary bridges. I had a conversation recently with Jeff Cyphers about microgrids and resiliency, especially for our elementary schools. And I don't know that we're at that point, but we probably do need to work in a multi-agency effort to create resiliency and use our elementary schools as resource centers. That's where the population is. That's where the folks in the Springs go. They go to the elementary schools, not necessarily to the Sonoma Veterans Building on the other side of that earthquake fault. And so I think this is something that I've been talking about for a while, but I think it's time that we really need to figure out how we get some grant funding to start identifying some of the resource centers that could be used, whether it's earthquake, fire, evacuation center, and in any event, we're going to need resource centers where the population is. And I wanted to ask about the status. You've been working, thank you, with the city of Sonoma and the schools on an MOU, trying to quantify whose responsibility is to open up an evacuation center, what staff are going to be doing that. We know painfully from our experience that we cannot expect the city of Sonoma to absorb the county's responsibilities for probably 2 or 3 times the population in the unincorporated areas. So have we completed that MOU?
So through the chair, specifically to your question for Sonoma, I believe we're extremely close. I believe the final draft has been approved. We just signed the one with Windsor. And I would highlight that we've been moving at the speed of the schools because, let's be honest, they've been under a bit of strain in the last 2 years. But we do also see them eventually being one of the bright shining lights of resilience in our communities. In many ways, they serve as the cultural center point for a community because of the children there. But in many ways, practically, they're also brilliant in terms of their ability to support the community after disaster. Most of the buildings are more seismically stable or resilient than the rest of the building stock because the California law is requiring earthquake protections be afforded to those structures on school campuses. We also believe that bringing that power, that microgrid power into those buildings, not just to generate with solar, but to store that power and make it available is going to be the long-term solution to serving as a community anchor. So to that end, we have been looking at some potential long-term federal funding through the BRIC, Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities grants, to bring power, not just generation, but also storage to these school sites. So for your long-term big ask, we do need about $150 million to make our schools in each of these communities a strong center for power post-disaster. But we also believe that through our ability now to work with the schools and bring curriculum into the 4th graders, especially that would be reinforced in junior high and high school, we believe that's where we're going to be able to give these children, our future, kind of a life skill and what it's going to take to understand what can go wrong in their community, how to be prepared and resilient in the face of it so that they're not faced with the same trauma that many of us experienced during the fires, that it won't take them by surprise, that they'll know what to do. So we look to the schools to really lead the way in many facets of disaster preparedness.
Sonoma Valley has been touched by fire, for decades, but certainly most recently in 2017 and 2020. And we have a community in trauma. They don't want to see any housing because it would mean more people in the evacuation route. And even though I say it's okay, we got it covered, we really understand evacuation. Do we understand evacuation? Mm-hmm. How can we communicate that? That we are handling things differently and to give people a comfort level and a stress reliever that that corridor especially is going to withstand evacuation and fires.
Mm-hmm. So specifically regarding evacuation, the best way to understand it is to do it. And so to that end, we're continuing to encourage communities not to just learn about evacuation, know their zone in terms of what number that they're assigned in terms of getting emergency alert messaging, but also practice it. And so to then next month, we're actually doing a drill at the southern end of the valley where we'll be exercising one community's capacity to receive notification of a need to evacuate and have them rehearse and practice literally packing up and getting out of their house, coming to a temporary evacuation point where they can get information like they would in a real event. And we believe that will continue to demonstrate not just that community, but let's face it, everyone's going to see it for that whole area, that in fact, evacuations are something we just do here. It's part of life and we can handle this.
Probably need to work with Oakmont on that evacuation drill. Took us an hour and a half or 2 hours to evacuate during the glass fire. And so we need to reassure them that we are equipped to coordinate with the city and handle that. But great job, Jeff. Thank you so much. Dr. Brown, you've been working with the MAX on community preparedness, and it is all of us working together on this. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Others? Budget questions? Yes.
Just since you talked about the earthquake piece, I mean, Sonoma County does have two commissioners on the State Seismic Safety Commission, myself and Alegria de la Cruz. I mean, that's pretty unusual in the state of California to have two from one county. And to your point, just looking out, whether it's bridges, and I do think that the criteria for replacement of bridges, and we could talk about this with Johannes, obviously it has to be the deterioration in the, but one of the criteria should be whether or not that bridge is going to allow, in the event of an earthquake, that it won't isolate one particular area. It can inconvenience an area, and that's fine. But as long as it doesn't totally isolate, because I totally agree with you that we need to look at it that way. Unlike our fires that could last for up to a month, an earthquake's going to be less than a minute, and then we're going to deal with the after effects for months. And it's really the after effects that are going to be things that we need to really concentrate on, including, there's drinking water, but then there's really water. Fire after earthquake is huge, and usually, as history has proven, is one of the things that causes the most damage. That and around in suburbia, like we found out over in Napa, it's falling top-heavy objects, chimneys falling from houses, front porches coming off, houses themselves jumping off a foundation. It doesn't mean the house will fall down, and probably means the house is not going to, could not hurt someone other than the objects inside, but it does lead then afterwards to all those problems with red tags, yellow tags, and for people having really nowhere to go, but to stay in those houses that are unsafe. So all those kind of issues that come up, and it's around the Bay Area. Look at San Francisco; they have cisterns, duplicative systems. They of course have water on three sides, so they have access for firefighting purposes and miles of hoses and pumps and whatnot. Berkeley Fire Department has a really stellar system in that part of the Bay. Here we have access to water for the most part around natural, but I don't think our city is really, I don't think any city in Sonoma County has done much, quite honestly, to address this issue to that same scale. They're hoping the pipes will stay intact, which is a big hope. So I think that, thank you for pointing that out. And there is a lot of stuff that we can start to lay the groundwork for going forward to make sure that besides just having the stockpile of things that are needed for individuals, including drinking water, but all those other issues that are going to come up and how are we going to deal with those long term. So appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I think one thing that I might look for is, I say this respectfully, is that every time we bring you forward for any item, we end up talking about all the things that are relevant in our community. And I say that with respect because it's these are the days of our lives, as they say. So I think one thing that I'd like to look at with you is outside of this discussion here is in July, we'll come back and plan out the second half of the year on the board meetings, whether it's something here during a normal Tuesday or an evening meeting that we do, kind of a state of the county in terms of resilience, maybe even reviewing floods, fires, and earthquakes as we, go through those in a way that I think we could do maybe even an evening meeting or something, kind of go through where we're at, our analysis, where we need to be, and as always, the message of where people need to be. I think it'd be good to get into the meat and potatoes of that because right now we're talking about specific requests, and I want to keep us a little bit to those. And as we go into budget, so right now we have before us, we have your program change requests. We have the one-time money for a towing vehicle. We have the FTE identified. There might be some other things that come up, I think, as we continue to talk, but what we need to do with you right now is let you move on and come back to us in June, and then set up some future dates for conversation. Expect in June, when you come back to our budget hearings, is a lot more questions on what you need to achieve. I do think in the second half of the year, the conversation about the emergency council and the regional effort might be, maybe we swing one of our current ad hocs into that, or figure out how to work functionally with you. Okay. So maybe we can follow up on that. And I think Supervisor Gorin has some follow-up maybe in Sonoma Valley with you that you guys can take offline, but anything else from the board on this item? Okay, thank you very much. 11:07, we're going to switch the order of one. We have next up is, actually, let me see here. I'm going to go over to Madam District Attorney. It's great to see you here. We have some time constraints. I want to thank Garrick. You were going to be up next, but for your patience, we'll go to you immediately after that, and then we'll go into lunchtime. It's great to see you here. After all the chaos, all the uproar, all the amazingness, I saw also sent you a note recently about thanks for your continued advocacy. I know the Kincaid settlement happened recently, some of the other things. All that isn't germane to our conversation here today, but I think what is germane is looking at you and saying thank you for you and your staff for what you do, especially the trials and tribulations during this pandemic and what you've had to do to operate and keep business going and keep a vital business of a community, the safety of our community. And as this will be, I think, your last budget, is just to honor you standing before us right now. They're sitting there, and anything you want to lay on us, please let us know.
Well, thank you, Chair Gore. You know, I'm a little nostalgic. This is my 12th appearance in search of a budget, and it's a whole lot easier this year than it was in years past. And the only familiar face, I think, is Supervisor Rabbit. I don't remember whether Ms. Rivera was where she was at 12 years ago down there. Yeah. So you're all a bunch of newcomers as far as I'm concerned. And next year when I'm not here, I won't be thinking about you one bit, frankly. But you know, listening to my colleague talk about earthquakes, that's one tragedy I haven't taken my office through. We've been through pandemic, fires, floods, and like a lot of departments, we can't close and wait for the calamity to be over. We keep going. And I just want to call out 130 to 135, even though it says 128 in our presentation, dedicated professionals working hard every day. And I also want to thank the board because about 10 years ago, you gave me a paperless case management system. I asked and asked and asked every time I was in front of you. Supervisor Rabbit may remember that. Because you gave it to me, we were able to keep going in spite of all of these incredible challenges over the years. So your foresight and your support of my office is very appreciated. So I've got Shane Lewis here with me, my Administrative Services Officer. Take it away. You want to talk?
I told you, I'm the.
He's the eye candy.
Thank you.
No, we'll go ahead. We'll go ahead and present. So going through the slides, you'll see there's our department overview. We have a criminal division, victim services division, and as you all know, the Family Justice Center, which we opened in 2011. A quick shout out, we're having an event this Saturday at the Family Justice Center to celebrate National Crime Victims' Rights Week, which is this week. Hope you'll all come out. We have 30 different service providers who will be there Saturday afternoon, 1 to 4. You can see what our operating expenses are. You can see our expenditures called out through the various and sundry departments. And yep, there it is. And then here our general fund contribution as well as other contributions. I just want to take a second and take you back. We've been tracking the general fund contribution over the years. And I'm very proud of the fact that we have kept the general fund contribution pretty much at the same level for 10 years, in spite of an increase in salary and benefits, as Supervisor Corsi remarked upon earlier, in addition to other expenditures or expenses that we've encountered. We've been really proactive in getting grant funding and working collaboratively with justice partners, including reaching out to CCP for funding for a victim services advocate. Key operational challenges, obviously prioritization of caseloads, including the backlog that we encountered due to COVID. We have been addressing workload issues associated with multiple avenues of post-conviction relief, including this new bill that tiers sex offenders. We essentially go back and do a full investigation on people that have been convicted of sex offenses to determine if indeed they can no longer be required to register. Low-level offenders that way can remove that stigma so that they can be more productive in our community. Most importantly, as noted by other presenters, particularly ISD, we have the retirement of long-term employees, myself expected, at all levels with our organization, and a significant cumulative loss of knowledge and skills. Key operational challenges will continue to expand collaboration with our partners to serve victims of family violence. We'll enhance collaboration with our safety net partners to address challenges. And we will definitely coordinate an effective transition with the district attorney-elect who's watching today so that when she appears next year, it'll be an easy audience, we hope. That's it. No program changes today.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. I'm going to start with senior member of the Board of Supervisors who might have been here with you at the same time when you guys started your service together, Supervisor Rabbit.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And thank you really for your service. And thank you for always being open and honest and transparent and being an advocate for your, the work that you and your office do, which is so important to the community. And there was a time where it was frowned upon to kind of come here and be an advocate for program changes. I think that's what every department head should do. And then it's up to this body.
We do have a few things we need.
Go ahead, fire away. It's up to this body to then prioritize and make those decisions. So, and I think that you always understood that. And I appreciate that. So I just thank you for that. Thank you to the entire office really for having to work through, like you said, there's so many essential workers out there that had to persevere through even the darkest days of the pandemic, the first days where there was so much unknown and fear out there of how to, what you're supposed to do, when and how. And we got through it through your leadership in your office. Very much appreciate that. I know that there's also been so many changes in the law, as there always is, but maybe it seems exponentially more of late as it relates to on the criminal side of things. Many of them for good intentions, maybe others for questionable and or at least makes you scratch your head about how we carry this out at the local level and the impacts that it has on the local level, as we'll find out here in a little bit with probation and even the sheriff's department. But you're in much the same way. I mean, I wrote down, quote unquote, low level sex offender. What is that? If you're a sex offender, you're a sex offender. It's like, I don't understand that, but that's your world. You have to
Actually,
travel
it's
through.
your world, and we're trying to make it safe for you.
Well, no, I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. But again, I know that it's a complicated system that you're in charge of, and just want to say thank you for all the collaboration and work over the years and the advocacy and making and leaving the department in a strong position. I do remember on budget cycles, especially the Family Justice Center, for instance, which was a lift for this county and was for a lift for your office.
Yeah.
It was something that, a county our size typically would not have. Nice to have, again, getting back to the mandatory, but that's something that I think has really proven its worth and its weight in gold, and then trying to find out how you could actually fund it going forward. And there were days where it was more difficult. Now it seems to be at least humming along in that vein, and it's nice not to see an issue with that because it's now built into the overall budget, and that's a good thing. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Supervisor. And the Family Justice Center is lucky to have a foundation board that's doing excellent fundraising. We've got a new director, Marcia Lucian. If you haven't met her, you got to meet her. She's a dynamo. But there are a lot of changes in the law. My new colleague, Mr. Morris, is in the audience. And there are those who think that you should fund the DA's office at the same level as the public defender's office. And I just want to make sure the board understands we review all investigations in Sonoma County. We only file about 60%. Of that 60%, a percentage will flow into the public defender's office. My new colleague with Iolero is here as well and was kind enough to let me bump him. Keep in mind that we do oversight in the district attorney's office as well. We review police reports. When there is excessive force, we bring charges, as we did in the recent Charlie Blount case. We currently are prosecuting a Petaluma sergeant for excessive force in one of our courtrooms. And then, of course, the PG&E judgment that we received, that was over a year of litigation by 3 senior attorneys, countless hours spent before we were able to get a judgment that's going to bring $20 million to this county, as well as 5 years of oversight, including an independent monitor who hopefully will work with my colleague from Emergency Services as well as Permit Sonoma to make sure that we're making this county as safe as it can be. So these are things above and beyond what most people see when they look at a DA's office. And then the post-conviction relief, please keep in mind that with these laws that are happening, it requires review of cases that are decades old, tens of thousands of pages of transcripts in order to determine whether indeed the individual is entitled and deserves the release or the relief that they are seeking. And we will be coming back to you at some point in the next DA's term probably to, or maybe mine still, to ask for an additional position to assist us in that endeavor. Interestingly, the legislature passed these laws for post-conviction relief. They gave funding to the public defender and not a dime to the DA. That doesn't mean I don't agree some of these people should be reviewed and ultimately released, but we need the ability to go through the review in a deliberate fashion before we make that decision. So I'm not asking today, Supervisor Rabbit, but I know Shane will be back. Either I'll be with him or the new DA will.
You'll still be here.
Well, but anything, Supervisor?
I don't have any questions. I appreciate the simple, straightforward budget here. Want to thank you for protecting our world, your world and ours, and congratulate you on your 12th budget. I'll save the retirement speech until you're actually retiring. So,
Okay, thank you. And
Thank you both for being
congratulations
here.
on your first. Isn't this your first? Oh, it's your second. Okay.
Person.
See, I'm getting old.
Supervisor?
And I just want to echo that, just gratitude for your service and for the hard work of everyone in your department. I mean, we've all been through so much together, and yet keeping the critical work of justice moving forward, keeping folks accountable. Really, really appreciate your service and your work. And thank you for everything that you do, not only in your capacity, but also I feel like you have always extended beyond, in terms of the work with the Family Justice Center and really looking at your office as part of a much bigger whole, really aimed at restoring folks, right? And, getting them back to a place of health and in society. So thank you for your work and look forward to the budget conversations.
Thank you.
I am not ready to participate in the roast. That will come. You have a lot more work to do before you get to ease out of these doors. Thank you so much to you and all of your incredible hardworking staff. But let me ask you, I've seen conflicting reports about crime rates during the pandemic. For a while, crime rates were going down. And what's happening?
So crime rates were going down, and during the pandemic, they continued to go down, partially because we were all hiding in our homes, and partially because there were fewer police reports being made because fewer members of law enforcement were available. I believe one of the reasons we've seen a decrease in crime is because there are fewer reports being made because all of these departments have been suffering their own budget woes. As the departments are being built up, the number of reports that we're receiving are increasing as well. Crime is not increasing exponentially, but violent crime is. And I was looking at the number of murder cases we filed this last year or so. It's really frightening. Many of them are vehicular homicides, people who are drunk driving and killing other people. But there are other types of homicides that are occurring as well. We're seeing a rise in gang crimes and other violent crime as well. We don't know what the trends are going to show. There's no direct correlation to the post-conviction relief that we see happening. I think probation's done an outstanding job to address the causes, the root causes of the criminal behavior, but it will always be there. I didn't put myself out of business in 12 years, unfortunately. I tried, but I failed.
I think I share your concern every day. We pick up the newspaper about another drive-by shooting or shooting in the park. I mean, it's like, where are we going?
Well, it's guns, as you know, Supervisor.
Yeah,
Thorne.
and the ghost guns are particularly alarming for lots of different reasons. But the good news is you did not need to hire another district attorney to prosecute for the catnapping of Nubbins the cat.
Yes.
Thank you to the judge. Nubbins was returned to the owner.
Yes, we stayed away from that one. Thank you.
Justice prevailed, we hope.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Anything else from your side?
Okay.
Anything else from you?
Goodbye. Thank you.
Well, I was also going to add to the part of it to Supervisor Gordon's comment. I think it'd be better to roast when you're not still the district attorney. That's not a good idea.
Yeah.
Or maybe never.
Yeah.
We all know Jill Ravitch. Come on, leave the roasting on the side.
That's
It's a
right. I think I've been
pleasure.
roasted enough this
Yeah,
last year,
there you
frankly.
go. Roasted, cooked. Blessings
Thank
to
you.
you and to your anybody in your department who's
Yeah.
watching. And thank
Great
you
work by Shane.
for your time. We'll see you back in June, if not before.
Okay,
Appreciate
thank you very
all more than
much.
ever. Okay. We're moving over to IOLERO. Or as David Rabbit calls it, ILERO. Kaye. It's good to see you both here, Garrick and Jade Kim, I believe. Jade, I want to thank you for being here with us as well. A pleasure to see you both. We're going to run this through just for the board's understanding. After we finish the ILERO discussion, we are back on time, by the way. We're actually a little bit ahead of schedule, about 7 minutes ahead of schedule. We will move over to lunch. We'll reconvene at 12:45. I will probably, not probably, Supervisor Corsi will get you guys back going at 12:45 and I'll be back in here at 1. I have a personal issue I have to attend to. And then as you can see in the afternoon, we're going to go through probation, public defender, sheriff, and then a few items, including the inmate welfare trust. So that'll take us through the afternoon. Passing it over to you, Garrick Byers, our interim director of ILERO, and Jade Kim to take us through.
Great. See, I need all the help I can get. Again, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in person rather than by Zoom and so forth. As you mentioned, my administrative services officer, Jade Kim, is here. Let me start with a big thank you to Jade and also to my administrative aide back at the office, Melanie Griffin, who was watching here. Those two held the office together during the 2 months between when Carlene Navarro left and I was appointed as interim. They did a great job. And since you have appointed me as interim, they have been a tremendous help to me. I don't think I could do this. It certainly wouldn't be as pleasant without Melanie's help and without Jade's help. So let's talk about IOLERO. Let's start with the department overview, please. Good. So our budget is, we'll get into how it's formulated. Last year it was $1,958,000. This year we're projecting $1,973,000 with 5 full-time equivalent employees. This is an increase of $15,680. And we have 4 divisions within my small office. There's administration. That's me and administrative aid. There's audits of the completed sheriff's investigations of civilian complaints and of administrative reviews that the sheriff self-initiates. When they're done, we audit them for completeness and fairness and so forth. Community outreach and engagement is a very important part of what ILERO does, or rather what it's supposed to do, in informing the community of ILERO of what we do, of letting the community know more about the sheriff, what the sheriff does. We want to foster good relations between all of the community, all of the communities, if you will, and the sheriff's office. And then we have an advisory body, the Community Advisory Council. You probably know that most of you, that 2 members are appointed by each one of you, and 1 by ILERO. That position is open. The position appointed by ILERO was open. I think that should wait for the permanent director to get on board, and let the new permanent director appoint that 12th person. I'm very impressed with the advisory body. I have been more impressed as time has gone along. Okay, so let's go to department funding sources. We're entirely funded by the general fund. I do keep an eye out for funding opportunities elsewhere, but right now it's entirely the general fund. And you probably know that Measure P, which passed in November 2020, set ILERO's funding at least 1% of the sheriff's budget, and that's where that figure comes from. Okay, so let's go to key operational challenges. I just mentioned Measure P. You're probably all aware that the Public Employment Relations Board, PERB, issued a decision that restricts application of many of the provisions of Measure P, restricts ILERO from carrying those out. That was an action brought by 2 of the sheriff's department's unions. That's proceeding on a 2-track system. So 2 tracks. There's litigation in the California Court of Appeal, First Appellate District. That's proceeding apace, and there's also meet and confer with the 2 unions, which is also proceeding apace. Our other key operational challenge is difficulty in implementing many of our key programs. This is basically a function of short staffing. Right now, it's me, a half-time temporary attorney who's very useful, John Berger, and Melanie Griffin. We have a full-time staff of 5, and I'm filling the essential positions. A full-time permanent law enforcement auditor who hopefully will be able to start by the middle of May, and a community engagement analyst to carry out most of or much of our community outreach, both for ILERO and for the Community Advisory Council. And we're in the process of extending a conditional offer there. There's one for a law enforcement auditor position open. I think that should remain open. If I can possibly keep that one open, I think it should remain open until a permanent director is on board. Let the permanent director choose. But that short staffing has held us back, particularly in the community engagement. And so I'm hopeful that we can key up to that fairly rapidly. Okay, operational objectives. So recruit, hire, train, and retain a full allotment of permanent staff. Short staffing has been a problem with ILERO almost throughout its existence. I don't think that's a problem with the job. I don't think that's a problem with the function of with the structure of ILERO. I think it's been episodes. Some fortunate, Carlene Navarro was appointed the judge, some less fortunate, and some just life. I'm hopeful that the staff that I'm recruiting, I'm hopeful they'll stay longer, and we will get up to full-time equivalent. We have slashed the backlog. The 8 audits remaining is an estimate. We've made an early estimate. It might be a couple of more, but it has been slashed. It was 30 when I started in September. It was 20 or so when I became interim and it's now down to 8 or maybe 10. That's primarily due to John Berger, our temporary halftime attorney. He's been cranking them out. It's very useful. The other key operational thing that we want to do is more work on the community-oriented policing project. It's a novel project that was started by Carlene Navarro. And let me say, I think Carlene did a very good job. And I have been following what she has started. I don't think an interim should go on new initiatives during an interim period in any event. But I've had no problems following what she started. She did very good. So, but it did take a hiatus for 2 months when there was no director. And then it took me another month to realize that it was there, that I had to restart it. I did. I've met with them. I've met with the sheriff's staff. And I'm hopeful we can complete the next phase this next fiscal year. It's a long phase. It's a couple of months behind, but I'm hopeful we can get that done. And then lastly, we do have a program change request. We are looking to add a department analyst to have a really high level of administrative support, project management, contract administration. Melanie Griffin, as I said, has done a great job at holding the place together and in helping me. She's really functioning at a very high level. And so that's the kind of thing that we're looking for. It may require adding a full-time equivalent, but we do not need new funds for that. We can do that adequately within the funding that we have. So that's IOLERO's budget in a nutshell. And I'm happy to answer any questions or concerns.
Thank you. What you just talked about is a lot.
Yeah, I practiced.
And I know your practice is already a lot. It takes a lot of discernment, a lot of investigation, a lot of, making sure you see the scene,
Yes.
even as it's moving around you.
Mhm.
And so appreciate you stepping in and providing stability. And thank you so much for bringing this item before us and working with this department and others. I'm going
Thank
to look
you.
around to see if there's any budget items to discuss on this item. Any questions? No?
Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor?
No, nothing from me. I appreciate the opportunity to chat the other day.
Thank you.
Thanks for your efforts on this.
And I know on this item, I had worked with the county administrator. I think two supervisors, Supervisor Gorin and Supervisor Corsi, are working with the county administrator on a little bit of the documents that are going out for the director review. And if anybody else wants to connect on that with HR or with the county administrator, go right ahead. Supervisor Rabbit?
Just appreciate the conversation we had the other day. Appreciate you
you.
being here today and look forward to continue to work.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, anything you want to leave us with? We'd like to get you back to your vital work as you talk about, and appreciate your time here before us, okay?
Well, thank you very much. I'm glad I made such a thorough presentation that there were no significant questions.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Well, you should have been here for the last 5 years. It's the best thing imaginable. Is sometimes is short and sweet. There's been so many different discussions on this that having a hearing with IOLERO that takes a few minutes shows that there's a lot more work to do, but a lot of function happening. So we appreciate you.
Great. Thank you very much.
And I want to thank Jade because you're going to see her here a couple of times. Jade supports 3 departments.
Yeah, right.
Office of Equity, IOLERO, and County Administrator. So
I'll wear a different jacket tomorrow.
yeah, she wears different jackets. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so for my colleagues, as we said, ironically, we did, good Lord. 25 minutes early. Anybody want to just? No, we're going to recess. Thank you very much. We'll be back at 12:45. Supervisor Corsi will lead us in, and then I'll join you guys.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We're going to continue with today's board budget workshop. Before we get started, for members of the public, we will have public comment at the end of today's workshop. The public comment today is for items that are on the workshop agenda. Tomorrow at 3:30 p.m., we'll have public comment for items that are not on the agenda of the workshops today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. So with that, Ms. Rivera, I'll turn it over to you and your staff.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Welcome back to the workshops, everyone. And we are going to move forward this afternoon by visiting the Assembly Bill 1869 and how the criminal justice fee is playing a role in our planning for next year. So I'm going to put it back in Mr. Bruin's hand and Mr. Klein. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant County Administrator Rivera, Vice Chair Corsi, and members of the board. Just wanted to very quickly walk through some of the information on Assembly Bill 1869 and the recommended proportionment of that funding. So just as a quick reminder, AB 1869 repealed local authority to impose various criminal justice fees, and this was effective July 1st, 2021. So this year is the first year that it impacted. This included a variety of different fees. Some of them are up here. I'm not going to go through, but it affected 3 of our departments. It affected probation, the largest share, also the public defender and the sheriff's office. Now, the state did backfill a portion of this funding. They allocated $65 million per year for 5 years of backfill. And per the formula for distributing that under AB 143, set out a formula for it. Sonoma County's allocation is $842,000 roughly, which, as you'll see on the next slide, is about 60% of the revenue we lost. It also put in place some reporting requirements for counties. The first report is on actual revenue losses based on 3-year history. That's due on May 1st, and we are on course, I understand, to submit that on time. And then on January 10th, 2023, and annually, there will be reports on the budgets of the departments receiving these funds and the use of the backfill funding. So the affected departments worked out together a strategy in conjunction with the CAO for how we would do this backfill. And after considering, I'm sure, many different complex formulas with many variables, the finest way that was determined was actually a recommendation to do it proportionally to the revenue lost, which makes, I think, the most sense. And the CAO supports that recommendation that was from all 3 of those departments. You can see the dollar totals and where the impacts would be there. The reason we are bringing that to your board in this presentation is that the state law does not specify exactly how we would have to do that. So there are other alternatives, but we have actually baked into the recommended budget the proportional backfill as a model for doing so, since that is the recommendation both of the departments and the CAO. So with that, I will open it up if there are any questions. Otherwise, we can move on to the departments.
Any questions for Mr. Bruin?
If I may, Vice Chair, what I
Yes.
want to remind the public is that one of the reasons that we're having this discussion is because AB 1869 was a legislation that recognized that the intent is to reintegrate individuals that had gone to the criminal justice system. And there was a recognition that the fines and fees that counties could impose on them would probably, prevent that from happening and accumulating. So just wanted to recognize the spirit of the legislation, how that is certainly reducing our revenue. We're grateful for the partial reinstatement of the revenues, and yet it's not all the way. So just wanted to, for the sake of the public and ourselves, to remember what triggered this legislation change. Thank you.
And I just have a quick question, and this is great that we get partial backfill for 5 years. Is there any plan to extend that after 5 years, or is the plan to leave us on our own for these fees in perpetuity?
So at this time, there was actually a subsequent bill to AB 1869 called AB 177, which repealed additional fees. And there's a separate additional backfill coming for that. It's anticipated to be less. We don't know Sonoma County share at this time. But one thing that I wanted to point out and why I'm bringing that one up is that the backfill was actually ongoing. It wasn't limited to 5 years. That doesn't mean that the 5 years will be extended, but it is indicative of it may move in that direction. But at this time, it's assumed to be 5 years.
I just want us to stick a pin in this and think about it as part of our advocacy going forward, is to try and get this extended. Thank you. If there aren't any other questions, we'll move on. And I have a feeling that there's a reason why this is coming up now, right before probation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Mayor. As we welcome Probation Chief Cook and Ms. Christine Williams, who are transitioning into their PowerPoint presentation. Welcome and happy to see you both here in person.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Corsi, members of the board, county staff, David Cook, Chief Probation Officer. I'm joined today by the department's Administrative Services Director, Christine Williams. And with that, we'll launch. Get into the right mode. Thank you, Peter.
Just a team sport.
So we appreciate the opportunity to discuss our budget, describe challenges and opportunities in the year ahead, and make the case for budget restorations, as well as additional positions and fiscal resources necessary to meet and improve upon established objectives. Before we move into the other slides, I also want to acknowledge our employees. They have remained on duty throughout the pandemic to serve the courts, our clients, and the community, and in particular, juvenile hall staff who showed up every day to care for youth in our custody. That was a significant accomplishment and effort on their part, so I want to acknowledge them. Probation's mission is to reduce recidivism, foster accountability, promote positive behavior change, and safeguard the community. We're the second largest public safety agency in the county with 270 employees, 216 of whom are in sworn peace officer positions. The department, as you can see, is organized into 3 divisions: adult, juvenile, and administrative services, the latter of which includes our program planning, implementation, and evaluation unit. Before moving into the fiscal portion of the presentation, here are a few highlights of work performed by probation employees. There were 3,200 pretrial risk assessments completed in 2021. Each month, 750 defendants are monitored on pretrial supervision. There were 2,800 investigative reports completed for the courts. 150 youth were diverted from the juvenile justice system and referred to community-based organizations. 1,800 youth and adults are on formal supervision, 28 of whom are currently in custody in juvenile hall. Our newly created warrant re-engagement team is working to return 2,000 individuals to active supervision. Supervised work crews performed 41,000 hours of unpaid community service last year, avoiding the potential use of nearly 16,000 jail bed days. Accounting staff collect and disperse $1.1 million in victim restitution annually. And administrative services staff managed nearly 100 service agreements with a fiscal value in excess of $7 million, with grant funding over the past 5 years representing an additional $16.5 million of fiscal oversight. Next. This third slide depicts the major program areas where our annual operating budget of $71.5 million is expended. And the majority of expenditures, as you can see, are divided between the adult and juvenile divisions. Next. Meanwhile, this slide shows the department's revenue sources. Approximately 50% of our revenue is derived from county general fund, while the remainder comes from state and federal funds. I want to take an opportunity to point out also that agency fund balances are used strategically and balanced with county general funds to maximize and ensure long-term sustainability of services while maintaining appropriate reserves. Next. So shifting gears to state and federal challenges as well as opportunities. So AB 1950, this is state legislation that took effect in January of 2021. It reduced the length of probation supervision in most instances to 1 year for misdemeanor convictions and 2 years for felonies. Since implementation, the adult caseload has been reduced by 550 cases. While this legislative change results in smaller caseloads, the truncated supervision period means probation officers must complete initial assessments quickly, requires more upfront contact with their clients, makes referrals and interventions, and expedite efforts to facilitate behavior change. The next is the Family First Prevention Services Act. This is federal legislation which replaced Title IV claiming and funding. It shifted the focus for human services and juvenile probation to an emphasis on evidence-based prevention services for youth and families delivered primarily in the community. Probation collaborates with human services to maximize claiming and optimize use of funding received by the county. And finally, SB 823, which is juvenile justice realignment. This state legislation shifted responsibility for housing and programming youth adjudicated on the most serious offenses to counties. Sonoma County volunteered to become a regional facility serving Bay Area and smaller counties that don't have a program. Probation competed for and was one of 2 counties selected to receive state grant funds to develop a secure youth treatment facility within the existing juvenile hall, providing specialized treatment services. The SYTF commenced operations July 1 of 2021. This marks a significant accomplishment on the part of department employees and juvenile justice partners that a plan and operations were actually implemented in a very brief period of time. That program currently houses 8 youth, 6 of whom are from Sonoma County and the other 2 from other counties. In addition to ongoing academic and career technical education options, specialized treatment services are available to address substance use disorders, mental health, sexual offending, trauma, family functioning, parenting, and violence reduction. So the key operational challenges we're confronting, the first regarding AB 1950 and caseload reductions. Prior to passage of this legislation, our caseload numbers exceeded industry standards. Caseload reductions make this an opportune time to conduct a workload study. And this analysis will provide both quantitative and qualitative data to inform decisions regarding appropriate caseload size and case management standards and capacity for further implementation of industry recognized best practices. We are operating with an antiquated case management system. Probation's case management system in juvenile hall and with probation services runs on a database with front-end green screen terminals and older graphical user interface technology, most of which is no longer supported in the IT world. The system needs to be replaced or at the very least significantly updated to increase efficiency and maintain the integrity of records management and data reporting functions. On a positive note, an RFP containing a scope of work and business requirements is planned for release by the end of June. And finally, position add backs. I have very good news on this front. An internal revenue source has been identified to fund the supervising probation officer position that was slated for elimination. And additionally, as Mr. Brulin and Mr. Klein indicated, there are indications the state legislature is set to approve a funding allocation methodology for the AB 177 backfill to counties. Combined with the prior year's AB 1869 backfill, this brings us closer to restoring annual revenue lost from elimination of many justice system fees and fines. And if so, probation will receive sufficient revenue to restore the other two positions eliminated in our budget. There are 5 key operational objectives, excuse me, I'd like to highlight. The first is to successfully implement the Secure Youth Treatment Facility Program for SB 823, complete a racial and ethnic disparities report in the juvenile justice system, improve step-down and reentry services for justice-involved youth and adults exiting state and county correctional facilities, accelerate connection to services and program involvement in response to AB 1950 supervision term limits, and update deputy probation officer and juvenile correctional counselor job specifications to bring them in line with contemporary standards. Next. And then with respect to the strategic plan objective, probation is the lead for Healthy and Safe Communities Pillar Goal 5, Objective 4, which is a focus on sustaining jail population reductions. An enhanced pretrial services program combined with the court's emergency bail order have contributed significantly to jail population reductions from 1,050 in December 2019 to a population of 726 in March 2022, and that represents a 31% reduction. Moreover, implementation of probation's long-awaited behavior response system during 2022 will help to maintain these population reductions. And this effort is supported by strategic plan funding that you have authorized. And finally, on slide 9, program change requests. Probation is submitting 3 requests for your consideration. All are high priorities that address mission critical needs. These requests have been vetted with human resources, to ensure appropriate job classifications were identified to meet operational needs. And the 3 are an administrative services officer. We need assistance to actively pursue additional grant funding and to provide necessary oversight for our substantial array of service contracts and grant funds, protecting the county from the audit risks associated with non-performance of fiscal and programmatic grant requirements. The second is a department information specialist. This is necessary to ensure aspects of SB 823 are successfully implemented, assist with implementation of a new case management system, and enhance mobile application to support to over 300 system users in probation. And finally, an administrative aide to serve as the department's community engagement coordinator. This position will maintain the department's updated website, create a social media presence, develop promotional materials, strengthen community connections to support peer navigation, assistance to our clients, and coordinate with community groups to promote probation's goal of more effectively connecting with the community. And I invite Chris Williams to explain funding options for these positions.
Thank you. Chris Williams for probation, Chair Gore, members of the board. The first 2 are, I'm sorry, I have allergies today. First 2 are being proposed with no general fund net cost impact. As Chief Cook alluded to, SB 823 realigned juvenile population from the state Division of Justice detention system. And similar to about a decade ago with AB 109, that realignment came with some funding. And so our department was able to evaluate all available resources and allocate some funding to free up the general fund necessary for these really high priority positions that we believe protect the county from audit risk and ensure grant compliance. And in the case of the information system specialists, support our aggressive movement towards a more mobile and responsive operations in the community. And then finally, the community engagement coordinator. At this point, a funding source has not been identified, though we're looking closely at whether or not we can appropriately allocate some of our special revenue funds towards this effort. This is vital to improve our responsiveness, especially to underserved communities in Sonoma County. At this point, it is a general fund request that'll be coming forward in budget hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. And that concludes the formal presentation. We welcome the opportunity to respond to any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. And Chair Gore has asked me to keep going on this one, so I'll see if there are any questions on this end, supervisors. Supervisor Rabbit. I have a couple of questions. On juvenile hall, you've got 28 people there now. What percentage would you say is Sonoma County residents?
All but 2.
So the only out-of-county residents are in the treatment program?
Yes.
Okay. And is the treatment program, is that run by DHS personnel, or do you contract that out?
It's a mix, Supervisor Corsi. We have Department of Health Services employees will be providing most of the treatment services, counseling. We likely will contract with community-based organizations to deliver other components. And then, of course, Sonoma County Office of Education provides our education services. And we'll look to being able to establish internet links so young people can do online education, higher education through the junior college and or other universities.
Okay, great. And I forget what the capacity is at juvenile hall.
We have capacity for 140.
Well, the number 28 speaks well to all the other things that are going on in the juvenile justice system to keep kids out of there.
They do. Thank you for recognizing that.
Thank you. Supervisor Gorin.
Thank you so much to all of you working so hard. It is a success story to all of our efforts to look at the rapidly decreasing population at juvenile hall. And I know we closed down the probation camp way out in Forestville, and we closed down Sierra Youth Center, and now the population is decreasing. Always the Pollyanna. Do you see a time when we're going to close down juvenile hall?
Supervisor Gorin, I don't. I think there will always be a need for juvenile hall, even if it's just 10 beds. But in all likelihood, there will be greater requirement, and in particular, citing the secure youth treatment facility within juvenile hall. That was done so as we were fully cognizant of the fact that there was space available. And serving as a regional facility, those numbers will increase and we'll derive revenue from that. But more importantly, be able to provide the services that those young people need for rehabilitation.
The real issue that we're seeing now is the incidence of mental health issues among juveniles, suicides, substance abuse, perhaps as a symptom of the 2-year pandemic that we've continuing to go through. But even before then, the influence of social media and weapons and a lot of other things. We know that we need capacity for our adults and youth. Certainly, we're building the behavioral health center in the in the main adult detention facility. Do you see that there is a need to think about looking at crisis stabilization, perhaps a juvenile hall or Valley of the Moon Children's Home for our youth?
Supervisor Gorin, there is some capacity with a crisis stabilization unit for young people, for juveniles. The thought has crossed my mind, and much to the chagrin of Deputy Chief Fuchs, that we might look to converting a portion of juvenile hall into a treatment program beyond the SYTF. That would be a very heavy lift. And it's also very difficult to accomplish given federal regulations and state regulations. Also, I'm not confident that there would be the population. The majority of those, excuse me, young people who are served now and require that type of treatment can be accommodated in the community.
I know the Hannah Boys Institute is really looking at transitional housing and treatment programs for at-risk youth, transitional age youth, and that might be a better placement and a treatment program. But you and I live across the street from Los Golicos, and I keep thinking about what percentage of our buildings over there is being actively used and what could we contemplate to convert some of those facilities into for the future. So any speculation about how we can better utilize the facilities over there?
Supervisor Gorin, I really would prefer not to speculate on that. What the programs that we have put in place currently, excuse me, and again, with the implementation of the secure youth treatment facility, I think that's moving in the right direction. The kind of treatment that's most effective is typically community-based, and we're focused on identifying more foster care options, group home placements, secure residential treatment programs. You mentioned Hannah, and that's another option, as is Valley of the Moon, when they are successful in operationalizing the treatment facility that they want to site there for adolescents. So we would take advantage of those as we do all different placement options that are available in not only in Sonoma County, but elsewhere in the state.
Well, I would look forward to engaging in conversation and projecting about possibilities. I know it's threatened by fire, but hey, we have CAL FIRE over there to protect that. But I do think there is a desperate need to really think through the services that we are providing and need to provide for our youth, whether it's transitional youth or younger. The suicides and the suicide attempts very much concern me. And Sonoma Valley is working on a collaborative proposal for 17 agencies coming together to address exactly that. So I will involve you in conversation about what that might look like and how probation and the facilities over there could be part of the solution. So thank you.
Certainly. And if I may, I would just correct one observation that you made about probation camp being closed. We have unoccupied, and we are working on a plan for how to use that facility. And that may well turn into a transitional program for youth exiting the hall or the secure youth treatment facility, and potentially as a day program where we could capitalize on the vocational programs that are available there and also treatment programming.
Thank you for that correction. And I'm delighted to hear that that's another county facility that we're looking forward to repurposing, reimagining, and meeting the needs of our youth. Thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I would also note, if I may, that Regional Parks is housing staff at the camp now. And we also relocated operation of supervised adult crews out there when we lost our space over in West County.
Thank you very much. There's one thing I want to ask you about. We've talked about probation camp. We've talked about all these other things. I had a chance to sit with you both at an amazing graduation for a partnership you all have. Homes for the Homeless, Boys and Girls Club, really innovative approach to not waiting until somebody is already in juvenile hall, upstream diversion program. I just wanted you to talk about how that's going and how that fits into this budget. Because I don't know if this whole board has had a chance to hear about what you already were moving on that. And the irony is that that's exactly the kind of thing we were asking for as a part of the ARPA applications. And you were already doing it in my mind. It was a true private-public partnership that linked the needs on the ground through your program with community-based organizations with capacity and teaching demonstrable skills to conduit people into progress. Just really cool stuff.
Thank you, Chair Gore. The program that you allude to that was so successful as a summer program, hopefully will be continued. Homes for the Homeless has submitted an ARPA proposal. And so that envisions continuation of that program, which is essentially building restroom facilities that can be sited for homeless camps or different types of programs, maybe farm worker housing. And it teaches those great vocational skills to young people who are at risk, some of whom are involved in the juvenile justice system, others who are not, and provides that opportunity with additional funding from the state and social advocates for youth and workforce development as well, along with the Boys and Girls Club. So we're looking forward to your consideration of that proposal when it comes to you. And we would be happy to continue it and certainly cite it out at camp.
Well, I think, we'll see how the ARPA process goes. We're not going to be deciding the winners and losers. We gave the ranking criteria and others, but definitely from my part, let's consider, I'll bring this up again during budget at a certain time and take a look at what you have. Anything else from the colleagues? Supervisor, I don't know if anybody's had a chance to weigh in yet.
I just wanted to thank Supervisor Gorin for her comments, also to thank you for your work. And I know we just sort of did a little bit of this at a recent board meeting, but I did want to flag the sort of increasing concerns around mental health that we are facing in our community. And I hope that at some point we can have kind of a multi-department, perspective and conversation around this, because ideally, right, we'd be getting folks before they're in the system, but it's also important once folks are in the system to make sure that they have adequate resources. And I just think that with everything that we've been going through as a community, the concerns around mental health are particularly pressing right now. And I think that a lot of us are hearing from our communities with respect to growing demand for mental health services and also a lack of resources. Got two nonprofits in West County who just can't hire mental health clinicians. They've had jobs open for months. And it just seems like there's a lack of capacity there. So I want to thank you for your work always in doing cross-departmental work and hope that we can lean in and do a little more of that. And at some point have a conversation during budget hearings about the unmet needs that we're seeing in our community.
We're happy to join you in that conversation. Supervisor Hopkins, we have the Youth Diversion and Community and Case Management grant, and much of what we attempt to accomplish with that is addressing mental health needs and family dysfunction for young people who are, and we can divert them from the formal juvenile justice system. And we work very closely with Department of Health Services. They too are in the behavioral health arena, finding it very challenging to identify, recruit, and hire certified clinicians. And so that is a challenge that we're all facing here in the county, but it's an important point and I appreciate you making that.
Good. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay. So here we are. Once again, we are on good time. So just as you're heading out, we're not going to do, since you're going now, we're not going to do the break at 2. Okay. I'm joking because I was going to say that Supervisor Gorin, you talked about needing to be out by 3:30. I think we'll hit it already, but I'm not going to have us do a break from 2 to 2:15. If folks need to step out, they can step out as needed. So, and I say that because I see already we have the sheriff's folks here. So I hope you'll be okay to go immediately after this at 2 instead of 2:15. So thank you very much for being here. So first thing is I'm going to pass it over to, here we go. It's good to see you, Ryan. Jeremy Scannell, come on up and let me know, please introduce yourselves and let's jump into this.
Now it's on. Okay. Good afternoon.
You gonna drop a rhythm or something right now?
Not quite yet. That's
Okay.
later in the performance.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, Supervisors, Assistant CAO Rivera, County Council Pittman, and members of the public. I'm Brian Morris. I'm the public defender, and joining me is Jeremy Scannell, our Administrative Services Officer. And I've been the public defender for only 5 months. But in that short time, I have been very impressed and energized by the dedication and hard work and compassion shown by the support staff, investigators, and attorneys in our office. Our department does provide excellent service to our clients and to our community. And it's been wonderful to become part of a great team. Our overall budget is 14, or recommended budget is 14 million with 54 FTE. And the net change, as you can see, is because a social worker that is paid for through a grant was transferred to the public defender's office. We may be experiencing technical difficulties. Now might be the time for my my beatbox. All right. So we do have 4 program areas. The first is adult representation, where we represent indigent adults charged with misdemeanors, felonies, and some mental health cases. We also have juvenile representation for juveniles that enter the juvenile justice system. Investigations is an area where we do investigations regarding felonies, misdemeanors, and juvenile cases. And then the administration is our legal support and office administration. And as you can see from the slide, most of our expense is in adult representation, and most of our expenditures are salaries. And unfortunately, the bottom number, the 14,573, actually should be exactly the same number as the previous page of 14,006,698. So that was a bit of a typo there. We'll move on to the funding sources. We are, as Jeremy pointed out, 87% general fund department. And we do have also a couple of grants that we recently got into the grant business, and have one grant that we have already received funds for, another that we applied for and are soon to receive funds. So mostly general fund, but some other sources as well. Regarding challenges and opportunities, the California State Legislature has provided both challenges and opportunities. And I'll start with the Racial Justice Act. And that essentially allows challenges to convictions or sentences that were obtained on the basis of race, ethnicity, or national origin. And so the challenge for that particular legislation is to hire staff and to enter a whole new world of a legal area that no one's been into this yet at all. So we'll be inventing things as we go. The opportunity is, of course, to address systemic racism in criminal justice system here in Sonoma, which has been recognized by the legislature to be prevalent throughout the whole state. And as we probably know, it's also prevalent throughout the United States. Another area of legislation that has provided opportunity and challenge is post-conviction relief. There are many new laws that provide relief for people who have already suffered convictions. To address this, we're going to be hiring 2 grant-funded attorneys, a mitigation specialist, and a data consultant. There is quite a bit of work to do, and so we're very happy that the state has addressed that with a very specific grant. Another area of the legislature is Governor Newsom's new care court, which is the opportunity there is to provide some services to people who really are suffering from mental illness in our community. The challenge, of course, is to staff that new area of service. And we have heard that there may be funding for public defenders through the budget to do that, but haven't seen that funding come across in any way at this point. So we shall see how that goes, but that program is supposed to start July 1st, 2023 and be ready to go. So we'll see how that affects the departments in the county as well as our office. I just wanted to give you a heads up on that last bullet, the state public defender workload study. That is through legislation, there will be a workload public defender study to see what is a proper workload in all of the counties in the state. So it'll be very interesting to get that data. So we'll be able to compare apples to apples. We'll be able to provide you with relevant and useful data. And our operational challenges, I had mentioned previously that one of the things we'll be doing is hiring people to work on some grant-funded projects. But as other departments have also mentioned, it's difficult to hire people at this time. So we're going to fight through that process and hopefully come out with some good folks on the other side. The second thing that we're going to be working on is the same idea the workload study had talked about. Our office is the attorneys and the staff are stretched pretty thin already. So when attorneys are on approved parental or other extended leaves, and then the people who are left behind are asked to cover, it creates a further stretching. And then what we're trying to do is avoid breaking people, because that would not be a good thing for the employee or our clients. So what we intend to do there is to utilize extra help budget to hire attorneys to cover for these leaves, and hopefully that will be a good solution. The final bullet there is regarding a related issue, which is misdemeanor caseloads have also continued to grow throughout COVID because it's difficult to get business done during COVID, and we're going to try to get those caseloads down to a manageable level to avoid stretching our misdemeanor attorneys too thin. Our operational objectives, the first one is improving racial equity basically in the criminal justice system and for our clients. I had mentioned previously about the Racial Justice Act. We're going to hire a grant-funded attorney and a data consultant. This is going to require some heavy digging into data and looking at previous older cases. And basically the California legislature has acknowledged systemic racism in California. And this is their hope that we can ferret out that racism if it exists, and to provide solutions and be able to resolve cases the way they ought to have been previously. The other thing we're doing for racial equity is that we are hiring a Spanish-speaking interpreter. We found that our office had a gap there, and that some of our Spanish-speaking clients were not getting the interpreting services that they needed at all times. And so through the CCP, the Community Corrections Partnership, we received funding to hire a Spanish-speaking interpreter to fill that gap and make sure that our clients all receive the same high level of representation. And then finally, for racial equity, we are also in the process of continued recruitment of people who can help serve our clients best. And we recently hired 2 attorneys to fill vacancies, and both of those attorneys were fluent Spanish speakers, which will be a great boon to our service for our Spanish speaking clients. We're also working with a new, newly hired grant funded social worker. And what we're hopeful with the social worker is to create a new door through which clients can connect to necessary services. We're always looking to help our clients improve their lives, and so they can become productive or more productive members of the community and not come back into the criminal justice system. And having a social worker on site is already showing great benefit for connecting clients with services and making sure that people get what they need so they don't come back. Specifically helping people with drug and alcohol treatment and mental health treatment. This is all part of the safety net collaborative that we do with many other departments and also with other community partners. And the final bullet is something that the employees in the office almost unanimously requested, was more training. And so we've already started that process and have brought some experts in from outside of our office to help with certain subjects. And then also internally, we have a lot of our attorneys and support staff and investigators are stepping up to do trainings as well. So we're hopeful to raise our excellent level even higher in the year to come. And that's the end of the formal presentation, but certainly open to questions or comments.
Well, it's great to see you for this first year, and I appreciate it. I love the point you're also talking about coming in, not just doing a gut check, but also what it sounds like is an empirical analysis that looks at like your caseloads and where you're at and commensurate other agencies and figure out where it is. I think that's important. It's and it's respected. So I'm going to go to my colleagues and look at see if there's any questions. Public defender's budget. Okay. Any questions? Yeah. Supervisor.
Good to see you, Mr. Morris.
Good to see you.
Mrs. Scannell. It's good to see you out in the community too. Thank you for making sure that you're visible. It's great to hear all of the grant programs that you've got, and all of these are, part of a real across the board kind of criminal justice reform, particularly focused on racial issues. I actually lost track of the number of grants that you're working with right now. How long are these grants for? These 1 year, one time? What's the status?
There's 2 grants. One is the Indigent Defense Grant, and that grant we started in, I think it was in 2021, and it goes until next June. And then the other one we just applied for is the Public Defense Pilot Program, and that one's very, very specific to 4 areas of post-conviction relief. And that started this March, and it goes for at least a year, but is scheduled to go for 2 more years after that if the state continues to fund it, which we assume that it will, but they couldn't commit to that at the very beginning. So we only asked for 1 year.
Okay. And is that for multiple positions?
That is for multiple positions.
Okay.
Yes. So that's going to be 2.
That's what I lost track of.
Yeah. I'm sorry if that was confusing. That particular grant is going to be for 2 attorneys, a mitigation specialist part-time and a data consultant part-time. And the mitigation consultant is for a lot of the post-conviction relief is very complicated for people who are serving life sentences to try to change the circumstances there. So it's going to take quite a bit of mitigation, investigation, and presentation.
And I'm guessing that work isn't going to be finished or go away after a year on either end, right?
You are correct.
Okay. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, and I'm sure you will.
Yes, we will.
Both of you will. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Rabbit, got anything to add on this?
No, just thank you for all the work. Thank you for continuing, like we said earlier, with our other justice partners for working through this incredibly difficult time. And really do appreciate staff and your work and your leadership in that regard. Look forward to kind of parsing everything out as we go.
I'll just for my part, not as much budget, but just, appreciate the mention, just like earlier with probation, about the needs to dig further and further into that partnership that's talked about. DA Ravitch also referenced that it'll be the first time in 12 years that she won't be the one presenting here. We have somebody new coming into the sheriff's office this next year. And so it provides, I don't mean an opportunity to uncover anything that wasn't there already, but for you all to figure out how you rebuild those relationships to continue the great work that we've seen and to continue to let us know what we do to support all that. Because I think there's some things that are still left here on the table. One of them in particular is with earlier today, we talked about with the county administrator, our behavioral health unit, our jail population, what we're dealing with in there. There's going to be a lot of things we have to talk about when we get to budget about this and also about upstream diversions. So thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You are off the hot seat. Okay. Our next item up, I want to thank you guys for being ready to come up early. So this is not only for Mr. Noggle, but also Maria. And then also after this, I believe Assistant Sheriff Eddie Ingram, you're going to be able to join us. We're at 2:50. We're at 1:45 right now. Excuse me. We're ahead of schedule, shockingly. So if you're ready, we'll go to you directly after we have this, and we'll continue to move through at the end of the day. So the only question for me with council is that even if we finish a little bit early, we'll have to come back and do public comment on item number 1 at 3:15. That's fine, even if we take a little bit of time, and we'll come back and do it. But just going to pass it over to you all. And, there was a couple items listed before you showed up today. The one in particular was a recommendation by the county administrator not to just fund Henry 1 for 1 year, but for 2 years. But I think that'll also be a discussion that maybe you can touch on during your presentation about what the life cycle is of that, if we want to look at 2 years or more and we come to budget, just to set the groundwork for us for what would be a good conversation when we get together in June. But other than that, I'm just going to pass it over to you so you can take us through.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Gore and members of the board and members of the public. So yeah, first of all, the sheriff sends his apologies. He was double booked and couldn't get out of the other one, so I'm going to be filling in for him today. So yeah, I'm Assistant Sheriff Jim Noggle of the Law Enforcement Division. And with me today is Heidi Keith. She's our Chief of Financial and Administrative Services. So if you guys get too technical into the money part, she's going to help me with those questions. So yeah, with that, we'll go ahead and get started. So if we go to the first slide, this first slide is just the overview of our department, obviously. And what you'll see there is our last year's adopted budget, accompanied with our recommended budget for this year. And we're looking for a net increase of just over $2 million. And most of that, the majority, is due to salary and benefits increases. And we'll talk about what contributes to that in just a second. And also, if it would help the board, I believe our presentation starts on page 45 of your packet there. And the next slide, so this is all of our department expenditures. You'll see them all listed out there, and then that bottom line budget is what our recommended budget is for this year, just over $198 million. Next slide. And then this next slide lists our department funding sources. We do use about 49 to 50% of our budget is from the general fund. And then in addition to that, there's a list of different funding sources, with the next bulk coming from state, federal, and other fund sources. And then for us, some key operational challenges moving forward. Obviously, every year we come and tell you about the ongoing structural deficit. It's just, that continues to be a challenge for our department, with the growth expenditures outpacing the funding sources that are available. A big one this year going to this budget season is going to be aging technology. We have a 38-year-old jail management system and a 20-year-old dispatch radio system. The significance of the dispatch radio system is that's what controls all of our 911 systems. So basically, it would be like having a 20-year-old cell phone and running all of your 911 systems off of it. And if that goes down before we can upgrade it and fix it, it'll be even more expensive and more difficult to get it up and running because it will be down for the period of time it would take to install something new. And that wouldn't be just our dispatch system, but it would also include anything connected to 911. So fire department, animal control, us, it all goes through that same thing. So that's a big priority for us this year. Obviously, like everybody else, there's a significant recruitment, hiring, and retention challenges. It's having a direct impact on our ability to provide mandated services. Balancing this budget did come with a couple of cuts. So we are asking for 2 add backs. One being funding to reopen North County for 2 months. So essentially they worked into the budget, keeping NCDF North County open for 10 months, but we would just ask that you add back that last 2 months just in case we do need to open it sooner than we planned. And then also the additional funding for the deputy sheriff position that's going to be held vacant 6 months due to a lack of revenue for that. Next slide. So our key operational objectives going into this next year on the detention side, where they're going to be working with the National Institute of Corrections to conduct a review of the sheriff's inmate classification system. We're going to continue working with County Human Resources to try to make improvements to our occupational safety and health to reduce workplace injuries, increase return to work opportunities, evaluate mental health wellness, and ensure workers' comp third-party administrators are effectively managing the claims and meeting expectations and service levels. The last one there, and also in partnership with our inmate health provider, the detention side is going to be working to achieve accreditation through the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. That'll demonstrate the county's commitment to providing a nationally accepted standard of care in inmate health services. Admittedly, that's going to be difficult due to the impact COVID has had on, employment and opportunities in the healthcare and throughout our agency. Next slide. Our strategic plan objectives, there were 2, and we have listed here is the resilient infrastructure part. You'll see 3 projects that are being done by the Telecommunications Bureau. All of those are funded and underway, and we expect to be completed over this next fiscal year. Health and safe communities, again, it's an ongoing goal for us, and we continue to invest in the cultural responsiveness and de-escalation training and techniques for our deputies. And we have included that into all of our quarterly training and are always looking for new ways to introduce it to our staff as time and money become available. We do have 2 program change requests we're asking for. The first one is a Sheriff's Office Information Technology Unit position conversion. We're looking to convert a information systems specialist 2 to a lead worker position, which would be a information specialist coordinator. The financial impact will be relatively minor at just over $17,000, but that will give people in that small unit some more opportunity for growth and some more responsibility there. And then the second program change request, just to revisit the radio system, because again, that 911 system is critical to us. And so we would be asking for just a one-time estimated $1.5 million to get that project underway. And that is it for me. I'll turn it to you.
Thank you very much. I'll start with a couple myself as we just jump in. The key operational challenges, if we go back to those, I see your requested program change requests. And I just want to acknowledge that it's not right sizing the organization at this point from what I hear from you. The ongoing structural deficit in funding for baseline law enforcement and detention services, that is not going to be fixed by 1 FTE for an information specialist. I'm really interested in how we address this in the middle of, because it continues to come up, and what's the right way, that you all have considered, like for us to have a valuable conversation about the right size of the organization and working towards that. We do a good job with you all I think of paying for things as they come up, but that's not investing in the future. So I think about just as much as we talk about FTEs, full-time employees, and our base level, and I know the supervisors and focus on community services, and when we have actual facilities in different areas of unincorporated, what that really means. I think we're at a point where we all understand that it's all about the investment. If you move one thing to another, it just means you're going to be dropping the ball on another item. So I think we have to have a hard conversation. I'm just wondering how you think we'll pursue that. Maybe that's something we tee up for, even though we're not reviewing a full right sizing right now, but we tee that up for conversations in June when you all come forward. I just want to make sure that we create the time to talk about that.
Yeah, and I think June would be a great time to talk about that and give it some time.
The other thing is that you have one request in here, which is for the one-time funding for the dispatch system replacement. You talk about funding request to cover the first phase, which is 1.5 million. Do you have an estimate of the entire cost?
Part of the 1.5 million would be to scope the project.
Okay.
We've got estimates that have gone everywhere from 3 million to 5 million.
Okay.
So part of what we're interested in doing in this first phase is being able to do some requests for information from various vendors and try to narrow down what we believe would work here in Sonoma County to be able to come up with a better cost estimate for the full funding of the project.
Okay. Back to this question about really infrastructure, equipment, all these other things, is that I'm wondering how you approach it, because once again, I go back to this point, is like I've seen multiple times where we funded things that have come up during budget, and then we funded it with either contingencies or with budget dollars pre-allocated throughout the course of the year. Do you all have a review of basically all of these needed items that are outside of bodies, outside of our deputies and our correctional officers and others in the field, and when they're coming up for different levels? Because I almost think that it might be good for us to sequence those with when we have a large allocation of one-time funding, or even creating a reserve budget for them or something like that, because we've been able to pay for them. But I have this concern of not knowing what else is out there. Because it might be 1 year, and you come up and you say, oh, the equipment needs to be upgraded, it's 1.5, but we don't have a budget that's set for it. But maybe this year we're going to have a good budget, so we could set some money aside. Just kind of thinking through how you look at those items.
So Supervisor Gore, yes, we definitely know what items we have that need to be replaced. We have used the capital improvement project process in the past for some of the major projects, but many of them aren't necessarily connected to a building.
Yeah.
They're not what the true definition of a capital project is, but we've put them on that list just to keep them in the forefront. I do know that the county administrator's office is working on part of this strategic plan, which deals with coming up with a county-wide list of various technical infrastructure that we need to make sure that we have in the forefront. We have often looked at trying to set up some sort of ACO, accumulated capital outlay fund, so that we could put money in year after year, so that when these very large projects, such as the dispatch 911 system comes up, we have money that we've set aside for that kind of replacement, because we are able to predict the normal useful life for much of this equipment.
Okay. Accumulated capital outlay.
It's much like the fleet fund
absolutely.
that helps us.
I just haven't heard that in years since we talked, like you say, since we talked about it with fleet. It's a reserve fund for your
budget geek terminology.
Thank you. What's that? Replacement fund. I just would say those are, I think, two items that would be relevant for us to follow up on. Right now, it's an opportunity for us to, really look at what you've put before us. I think your budget, you have, I'm going to pass it over to my colleagues, but sitting here looking through the program change requests, the add backs, the other things that are there. That's one conversation, but these other two is I want to make sure we scope them out with you and don't just punt them forever. So if we can maybe request through the Assistant County Administrator and you all, maybe in conjunction with Sheriff Essick, to come back on those, not just those two items, but these three, because you also talked significant employee recruitment issues. I know there's been a lot of individuals who've leaned in with you and said, hey, why aren't you hiring these kinds of it? Do resemble more of our community, do all these other things. And I, like many, are very, very passionate about working with you on that. But remind us some of the numbers of like when you've opened up jobs and out of 500 applicants, you've only had like 15 that qualify, because you have a lot of those issues. If you don't mind, just give me the best of your knowledge, and then we could maybe bring these three items back during budget for a bigger conversation.
If I may.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that the desire to have that understanding, and I'm not quite yet visualizing how we would do that during budget hearings, and that a lot of the numbers are balanced, and it might be perhaps a budget information request, and that would be the form that would take, so that we could, from your office, get that question presented for the staff to work towards.
I could work with the office to put together a budget information request. Absolutely.
okay,
I think
thank you.
that'd be totally appropriate.
Because I could also
And then
see how the
I'm not,
conversation can
and once
continue
again, I'm not
afterwards.
asking for
Yeah.
money to be allocated into it right now, but we might be looking at it and saying, how do we create these, and setting maybe some policy conversations that could come back in first quarter or something like that. So I will take it upon myself to follow up with you and do that. But
And
anything
that's
on
great.
that
And-
final point I brought up.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but I would just say one thing to keep in mind too is the dynamics have changed dramatically, so I appreciate you offering to get the numbers. That's great. And it's just, we are seeing a significant decrease in the number of applicants to even start with. And so it might be an even more creative approach to try to get, first we got to get more people in the door, and then to get the diversity we're looking for in the door as well. So it's turned into almost two problems now.
Thank you. Colleagues, Supervisor Rabbit.
Thank you very much. Obviously a very difficult time to be in law enforcement. And, we as a society need to deal with it on both sides, because we're part of the problem by making it that much more difficult. So just starting off by saying thank you again for being on the front lines through the pandemic and all those days. And thank you for all the work in the department. I'm a big fan, and what I heard with the accumulated capital outlay is really, I wrote down asset management system. I think we've talked about that before. It's just to kind of keep track of all those things so that nothing comes as a surprise. To me, it's kind of the way that we can budget versus the way schools, for instance, budget. If they need to build a building, they have to go out and pass a special tax. Well, we need to build it in within our overall capacity so that we're ready to replace those, whatever it may be, whether it's radios or whatever, by having enough money so that it doesn't come as one big hit. That's my ideal world. It doesn't always happen that way, but if we can lay that out, it would be that much smoother going forward. So I do appreciate that. And then I wrote down in the other part, and I appreciate the ask and the work here, kind of on the just getting back to where we were like prior to 2008, and where the numbers are, whether it's on the personnel side or the resources, to make sure that, and I'm not sure how we do this through this process either, because it's really more about looking at strategic budgeting of how do we get from where we were and what the caseload or whatever criteria we used to have the adequate personnel at that time to where we need to be today. Because I think, quite honestly, all first responders will always answer the call no matter who's available to do it. And a lot of times you need more resources, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to take care of the business along the way. I just want to know that we're providing enough resources to really be exceptional in what we do, and not just get by in what we do, but to really excel. And I look to the professionals to tell me what that should be, and then challenge us to make sure that we can come up with the resources to carry that out. And if we could use a gauge of what we've done historically or whatever it may be, so that I understand, we need this many more personnel in this particular location, notwithstanding the fact how hard it is to hire. But I would very much appreciate that, so that we can work forward to that. Same thing with the asset management kind of pieces going forward too. And then just lastly, just one last comment on Henry 1. When we had that here before, I mean, I think I would prefer that we build it into the budget long-term and that it isn't just become an annual and or every other year or whatever it may be. It's an asset that is important to the people of Petaluma. I think we've stated that over and over, and it needs to be built into the overall budget. And we need to stop having it come up every cycle. We just need to make sure that we build that in, just like looking at the entire, what is needed within the sheriff's department to work. And I believe Henry One is one of that piece of equipment, that force multiplier that was put out in front of us, that just needs to not be on a chopping block, whether it's every year or every other year. So with that, I'll leave it. Thank you. Thank you for the work.
Thanks. I'm going to ask an ignorant question, a question out of ignorance. Can you explain the relationship, similarity, differences between Sheriff's Dispatch, Redcom, 911? Is it all the same? Is it all different? How does that work?
So it all comes through the same system, but then it gets dispatched individually. So we share a building with Redcom. In fact, I think we even share a wall now, or there's a small room between us. But yeah, so all the calls come into that center, the 911 center, and then it gets sent to Redcom, which dispatches fire and medical. Or if it's law, then it comes to our side and they dispatch the law enforcement side of it.
So is that the system that is 20 years old and needs replacement?
Yes.
Is that paid for just by the sheriff's office in the county?
Yes, it was when we moved into our existing building in 2002, the system was purchased new for that building. And it was at that time, sheriff's dispatch was the only dispatch unit in the building. Redcom, then the county negotiated with Redcom to have a shared space and have them come on board within the sheriff's facility.
Okay.
The sheriff's office is the designated 911 recipient or call. They're the call originator or where the calls come in. So we act as that for the county. That's the reason why it is the responsibility of our office.
Okay. It's 100% our responsibility.
Yes.
Okay. On the jail management system, the jail isn't even 30 years old, 38 years old. Is it? Did this system come from the old jail over to the new jail?
Yes, it is actually a old blue screen that I think in the county, we've mainly gotten rid of those everywhere.
We just heard about a green screen in somebody else's department.
Yeah, so it's blue or green. Assistant Sheriff Ingram can certainly clarify the color for us. But it is
either
old.
one's not good.
It is very, very old. It is an offshoot of the IJS system, which I'm sure all of you have heard of, where the county has actually developed its own criminal justice system. It's kind of an offshoot of that, and it was from when that system was originally developed. So we are working, as Assistant Sheriff Noggle pointed out, with the cell phone and it being 20 years for the dispatch system. Well, we're back even before pagers. Yes. Yes.
That's good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And when I was looking at the ad backs, I did not see either the Guerneville or the Sonoma Valley Sheriff Substation. Does that mean that's the first budget hearing that has not been on the chopping block? I feel like we need to have a party about this. So thank you for that. And thank you for the excellent request, because it looks like these are things that we really need to invest in as a county. You know, just a follow-up, I think that this third-party administrator thing is something that we really need to fix. And the recruitment and retention challenges are real. You know, what are you seeing in terms of best practices in other jurisdictions? Like, what strategies can we deploy? You know, is there an opportunity for a one-time investment of funds to attract and recruit folks? Are there opportunities for sort of scholarships, right, to get folks through an academy and then, you know, guarantee them a job? I'm just wondering, what are some of the kind of outside of the box ways that we can get more folks in the door, to your point, so that we make sure that all of our spots are filled?
Yeah, thank you. And so to answer some of that, so the academy is something we do offer, and that's one of the reasons our budget, we do have that slight increase this year, is because we are doing more and more what we call the deputy sheriff trainee positions. So these are just people that have no experience, no schooling. We hire them, we send them through the academy. So there's an extra training component to that. A lot of places now, it comes down to money. You know, they're offering hiring bonuses, they're offering retention bonuses. Some places are even offering like moving bonuses, things of that nature. That seems to be where most places are kind of focusing their energy as far as the hiring and retention of laterals and things like that. So yeah, it's a tricky one for sure.
And so that kind of goes back to a question maybe for the CAO's office, which is how do we have this conversation appropriately during budget hearings, but also knowing that we're entering sort of negotiations, you know, with our labor unions. And so we would hope that potentially in a future contract, we might have additional incentives. You know, we might be more competitive in the marketplace. But, you know, I guess, how do we sort of address that as kind of a one-step, two-step process?
Through the chair, thank you for that question, Supervisor Hopkins. And that is the trick with the time continuum, right? You are going to you're going to finish up a budget, a 21-22 budget in early June, and that yet has not, you know, contemplated some of the changes that we're going to be seeing in labor negotiation, which is why in our opening remarks, we were wanting to make sure the board understood that was one of those pending, you know, mechanics and dynamics that are coming afterwards. How do we go about it? I think the way that we go about it is by appreciating the fact that we have a balanced budget, but also maintaining the capacity that allow us to be nimble if and when we get to those spots where the ongoing revenue is going to be needed. So the how is unfortunately still going to be a two-step situation. And the sub-how is to figure out ways in which we are going to go into a 22-23 budget that still gives us the flexibility to pivot in those ways that are appropriate and necessary.
Just a follow-up question. Have counties ever implemented sort of an across the board, like a hiring bonus? Because I feel like this has been a theme so far of the budget presentations. This is tough to get folks in the door, right? Obviously, cost of living in Sonoma County is extraordinarily high. You know, the last time we were in the midst of budget negotiations, right, was a very different picture than we're in today. So I guess any thoughts on creative solutions, and maybe this is a question for HR later, but to try to create an incentive even outside of budget negotiations.
Yeah.
Labor negotiations.
Definitely something for us to check with Director Kramer and what has been experienced. HR department working with the law enforcement partners have over time try to look at ways in which to be creative. And not only that too, oftentimes what we have is staffing capacity shortage because of disability, things that sometimes, you know, even curtail more capacity. And so I know that through the leadership of the Sheriff Department, they have been wanting to be creative in ways and we can gradually bring people back even if it's a lesser capacity, but faster before they disconnect from, you know, from their overall training. So yeah, I think let's to discuss as part of our labor negotiations, there will be a review of the market. And to answer your question specifically, I don't know of a time that we had I've been with the county for 25 years. Don't know of a time where we had across the department's bonus type of programs, but I do know of a time that I think it was with the Sheriff Department where we had a limited time program where we were trying to entice the number of applications we were getting.
Might be time to revisit that. I don't know if you have any comments.
I do. I feel like a part of yours hanging in. Thank you for Christina for touching on that. Is that's on working with HR. We've been working really well with HR lately. It's been growing really well, and even risk on the part of getting our employees back to work. You know, one of the big things that's impacting us are those that are unavailable for duty for various things. So we've been really trying to work with them on getting people back to work, getting better mental health services and peer support and things like that. And so we are working it from both angles. We're just keep those that are working for us healthy, and then that other piece of getting them into the door.
I appreciate that. And I just want to flag again, I feel like we need to have this big conversation about mental health, both in the community and also in our workforce. Because the other challenge is that if you're short-staffed, then the folks who are still working, right, have even more of a burden and feel, you know, like they're overworked and potentially overwhelmed, which isn't good for their health and wellness either. So I think those are my questions.
Thank you. I also appreciate the last point that you brought up. I think this yields into discussions we've had around our contractor there in Intercare. And so it sounds like you're making progress. I know we're considering bringing that. I believe we have that as a closed session item to review. And if needed, that could be an open session item to review if you all come to us and say that's needed. We need to make sure that our contractors are doing what's needed. But I know that our contractors face workforce issues, but at the same time, we have needs within our contract delivery. So I appreciate that. Supervisor Gordon.
Thank you. I want to do a tag team on the previous conversation. It seems to be a consistent theme, at least in the law enforcement community, that we've always had a number of vacant positions. I remember having the same conversation with Chief Flint, Chief Schwedhelm, certainly Sheriff Freitas, Essick. And it has been the consistent theme that, of course, we want the best of the best to work in law enforcement. And it's challenging for folks coming into the community to rise to the level of the best of the best. And I can't knock that. We do want the best of the best. But should we widen the funnel at the bottom and do really creative recruitment practices? Is this that we're experiencing now different than what we've experienced a decade ago in law enforcement?
Yeah, I think the problem is if you widen the funnel too far, we have a pretty wide funnel as it is now, and we're only getting a small percentage of those folks through the process because it is a rigorous process that, the requirements and all the mandates are set by the state, on certain levels you've got to meet. And so we have tried to open it before, and I don't have the numbers offhand. We could probably dig it up, but I'm not sure if you're going to get the bang for your buck, if you will, because it's wide as it is, and you're still getting such a small percentage that meet all those minimum requirements as they go through.
And I know we've had previous conversations regarding the number of vacant positions in our correctional officer positions. They are out because of injury, stress, any number of different factors. And I noticed that one of the points that you create is emphasizing wellness programs, both physical and probably peer support and mental health services, which is a great way to come forward. But in our jails, we've seemed to have compounding the stress because of the number of overtime hours that our officers are working. And is that simply, she says in air quotes, getting more people into those positions, or is there some other way? And I know I've had good conversations with Eddie Ingram about working in the jails and how we deal with some of those things. But are there some strategies that you are talking about specifically for the correctional officer positions?
I was going to speak more to the how to get the overtime down. And when we find ourselves in a situation where we've gotten through kind of this hiring crisis and we've come up with all the great ideas to get more people recruited and hired, way back during the recession, what happened was we reduced our number of positions down where we eliminated all of our relief in our detention division. So what that means is every time one of our correctional deputies is out, either for injury, for vacation, anytime that they are not available to work, every single one of those hours is overtime. We don't have people that are available to come in and relieve positions. So that started it. And then since then, we've been facing various recruitment problems. So it's been a compounding, and it dates all the way back to the recession.
Is your force being affected by the Great Resignation? that's running rampant through the economy?
Yes.
I think too, when we talk about working with HR and risk, it's department wide, it's the whole office. So, anything the law enforcement division we're not separating the two when it comes to that. So yes, we are having those conversations office wide. And, in the jail, detention is also a tricky one because people go into detention a lot of times to get experience and then move on to go into law enforcement. And either we steal them to the law enforcement side, or a lot of them go off to other police departments. So that one's a little bit trickier too, because there's a greater people leaving for different opportunities. And so
I've been on both sides of that. Santa Rosa police come to the sheriff, sheriffs go to the Santa Rosa police, depending on the spiral of compensation and how we move forward. All of us working together. When we do have an opportunity to think creatively about what else we should be doing to fill those positions, we're also having a crisis in the mental health services, both with WellPath and certainly at the county. I would welcome some fresh ideas and some innovative ideas, maybe around contracts, maybe not. But I think it's all of us coming together, crib those ideas from other law enforcement agencies, and let's figure out what works and what we can do to get people here. And thank you so much for the material that you presented.
Thank you, Supervisor. And thank you both. Is there anything else for this item right now? I personally would like to follow up with you all for a budget information request that I'll be doing out of my office, and then which will, I think, help us scope what the conversation is on these other issues during budget. I want to thank you, Assistant Sheriff Noggle, Heidi, thank you. I think when you guys first came up, I was looking down. I have the name that Maria Galvin Lopez is going to be here too, but is she coming on to the next item?
She's behind the scenes running
Okay.
our
Well, thank you,
PowerPoints for
Maria.
us. So yes, she's done an
Thank you,
excellent job.
Maria.
Thank
The
you.
true wizard
Yes,
of office.
yes, behind the
Okay.
curtain. Thank you.
Okay. And Heidi, are you going to stay up here while
We're going to
Assistant
switch out
Sheriff?
staff. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Great. Next item is a specific one, a unique one, where the Inmate Welfare Trust. And Assistant Sheriff Ingram, I want to thank you for joining us, and I appreciate you both. Please introduce yourself in the item. And this is the first one that we have that's not a specific department, but more of a policy and an issue that we have to address. So thank you very much. Looking forward to handing it over to you and following the lead. So
thank
come
you.
on in.
Good afternoon, Chair Gore, members of the board. With me is Sharon Post. She's our Administrative Services Officer in detention. And I can confirm the screen is green, not blue, green.
But that's the sheriff's color, right? So that's why.
It is. So we are back at the request of the board to discuss the Inmate Welfare Trust. Next slide, please. So the Inmate Welfare Trust, the 2021 Inmate Welfare Trust financial report was given to the board on November 16th. Following public comment, we were asked to come back to discuss the Inmate Welfare Trust and the laws governing it. Next slide, please. The County Inmate Welfare Trust funds were established by Governor Warren in 1949, where he allowed the sheriffs to operate jail stores, with the profits from the store sales going to a fund for inmate welfare. Commissary is something that's not optional. I'm sorry, it is optional, and it's not mandated by law, but it is something that we offer inmates to give them a different variety of meals and other options within the jail. The county provides 3 nutritionally balanced meals each day: clothing, medical, and behavioral health services. We operate commissary so they can purchase snacks and incidentals that are not otherwise available. The Sheriff's Office provided an RFP last year, and we selected a new meal provider, Summit, who also took over commissary services. Before that time period, we were doing commissary in-house. Next slide, please. Commissary profits have always been deposited into the Inmate Welfare Trust Fund. Effective with this new contract, we no longer receive the profits. We receive commission from the sales that are done by our vendor, Summit. Non-commission items, we have some items we do not get commission on or charge a markup. Those items are essential items, so shampoo, combs, and then on the stationery side, stamps, letters, envelopes and notepads. The commission on non-essential commissary items, so chips, soups, and things of that nature, is 46%. And the county auditor's office conducts audits every 2 years of the inmate welfare trust fund. All phone-related revenue is deposited into the inmate welfare trust fund as well. However, as of October 6th, with the California Public Utility Commission's decision that capped calls at 7 cents per minute, the sheriff's office no longer receives any commission on phone calls. International calls are still at 21 cents a minute, but we don't receive commission on those calls either. We plan to introduce a new communications and entertainment services system for inmates to provide movies and music. And when that is implemented, we may be able to achieve some funds for the inmate welfare trust fund there, but we have not instituted that yet. And our phone provider provides the sheriff's office with $1,500 a month to the trust fund due to the fact that we no longer receive any compensation for the phone services. Next slide, please. All money from the inmate trust fund are spent for the benefit, education, and welfare of the inmates confined in the jail. The funds are not used to pay for anything that are the county's responsibility. The sheriff's office submits an itemized report of revenue and expenditures to the board each year for approval. Next slide, please. The trust is administered by 10 inmate welfare trust committee members. 8 are voting members, 8 voting members, and two civilian members. So 2 civilians and 6 sheriff's office staff. It should be noted that after the grand jury report about the inmate welfare trust fund, we did add another civilian position. And this person is a civilian with knowledge that has advocated for incarcerated persons in the past, former public defender Kathleen Posey. The trust strictly adheres to law, and we don't interpret it loosely, and we are guided by policy and procedures in accordance with those laws. Next slide, please. The Inmate Welfare Trust Fund and the Sheriff's Office coordinate activities, purchase books and supplies, and contracts with other service providers to provide classes and educational opportunities for inmates. The Inmate Welfare Trust funds 2 staff members, a correctional deputy, and an administrative aide that are assigned full-time to inmate programs. We also contract with local nonprofits to provide a range of services. COVID restrictions have limited our programs in the jail. However, we are slowly moving back to in-person services. Additionally, North County is closed, and we don't have our dog program, our horticultural program, or our bicycle repair program currently. Not all of our programs appear in the Inmate Welfare Trust budget. We also operate a charter high school in partnership with 5 Keys, and the JC also offers classes. We don't pay for any of those because they are able to claim state funds. Next slide, please. As mentioned before, the 2 positions paid for the trust provide both mandated and non-mandated services, and they spend approximately 15 hours each a month on the mandated services, but they also spend their other time in coordinating classes. An example would be during the pandemic when we were unable to offer classes, they spent a lot of their time securing equipment in order to do Zoom classes within the jail. Next slide, please. There's been several variations in the trust fund over the few years. The fund balance was under $100,000 in most years until AB 109 realignment was implemented in 2011. That increased our jail population, and revenue began to increase in fiscal year 12 and 13. At the same time, spending was reduced because AB 109 also provided some funding for inmate programs through the CCP. And additionally, as funding issues hit county health, they slowly discontinued the inmate program starting point. The committee is conservative about spending, and we only spend for the benefit and education and welfare of inmates. The committee maintains a 2-year reserve for the administrative aid to give notice if this position is eliminated. And if the correctional deputy position was eliminated, they would return to the line. Next slide, please. So here you see a snapshot that shows the 3 most recent financial years. The pandemic further restricted spending because in-person programming and group activities were canceled due to health orders. Revenue and expenditures have gone down each year, and balance has been increasing until phone revenue was lost in the last fiscal year. And revenue, phone commission, and commissary profit has also reduced. The new commissary program could have unknown impacts on revenues. We have only been using this program since March of this year, and so we'll need further study to determine what that does to the funds of the trust. Next slide, please. In fiscal year 2021, the expenses from the annual report approved by the board on November 21st, detail about the phone calls, date range are included in that slide. And next slide, please. And finally, these are some potential conversations to have in the future. I know, and during public comment last time, there were several conversations about the cost of inmate phone calls, the cost of commissary, and what is being done in other jurisdictions. So the first option is to continue our current practice to receive commission using it for inmate programs, including for the 2 program employees. The second is to stop collecting commission and eliminate inmate programs, and the county funds the portion of the positions that provide mandated services, or stop collecting commission and backfill inmate program expenses in positions with discretionary county funding sources. Options 2 and 3 would acquire additional staff analysis before a decision could be made. And that's the end of the presentation, and I'll take some questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Fascinating to see the difference, the impact of COVID, the impact with realignment, everything that you guys have been going through. I'm going to pass it to my colleagues, see if there's any questions on this item. Yeah, Supervisor Hopkins, Supervisor Corsi, either one who wants to jump in.
It's something that I've sort of heard, and I feel like I haven't had the opportunity to actually adequately research it, but I've been told that sort of best practices is not to rely, right, on the revenue in order to provide the programming. Just because obviously that creates a consistent baseline of funding, and it also, eliminates the incentive to try to cover costs by, raising those costs, which is totally understandable when you want to preserve the programming, but ultimately has a deleterious effect on the inmates. Any thoughts that you can share about those options 2 or 3 that you presented us today?
Well, I don't know if that's the best practice. In California, there's only 2 counties, I believe, San Francisco and Santa Clara, that don't charge for inmate phone calls and don't charge for commission on commissary. But the programs, I think, are necessary for the rehabilitation of inmates. And I think that it's something that needs to be discussed if that's where we as a county want to move forward to the future. The sheriff's office certainly has no we won't disagree with that. We're not going to be an obstacle to that. I think for us, it's just making sure that those programs are funded so they're there for the inmates.
Thank you so much. Are you familiar with San Diego County's model? Because my understanding was maybe they did something that was not quite as far as, say, San Francisco and Santa Clara, but still did provide some augmentation or some investment. And so I'm really curious about if there's sort of a place in the middle.
Yes, San Diego is more of a hybrid. I think that they don't charge for phone calls, but they do charge or they do take a commission off of commissary or profit from commissary.
Gotcha. And do you know if they sort of then are obviously supplementing presumably from the general fund to support the free phone calls and then to support also programming?
Yes, most of those things, in all those counties, they're supplemented by general funds.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for the information and just for bringing this forward. I know that it's been a topic of conversation over the last couple of years, and really appreciate the additional information and the thought and look forward to the conversations in the future. So thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Corsi. Thanks for being here today. I wasn't quite sure whether there are 2 or 3 civilians on the trust committee now. Is it
There are 2.
2? One is Kathleen Posey. Who appoints the 2 civilians?
The Inmate Welfare Trust Committee does.
Okay. And how does that work? If you don't mind. No, go ahead. On that point.
Usually
Is it just
some-
do they
So
kind of
someone
recruit people
Yeah,
or people
recruit
putting
people.
in
So
for-
I actually, when Kathleen was retiring, I told her she had plenty of time to join the Welfare Trust Fund, and she agreed. And I think that she's a great addition and brings a lot of experience with her and is a welcome addition to the board.
Was the starting point program the only substance abuse program in the jail?
We have a smaller program, but Starting Point was the most robust program. And over the years, with positions being eliminated, I believe the last position was eliminated in the fiscal year 2021.
How was that? I'm just curious about how that was chosen to eliminate rather than some of the other things. It seems like substance abuse prevention would be a high priority.
It wasn't something that was chosen by the sheriff's office. Behavioral health was staffing Starting Point, and as budgets hit, behavioral health positions were eliminated, and unfortunately, Starting Point was that. It wasn't the position there, and that allocation was not controlled by the sheriff's office. It was controlled by another department.
So it wasn't being paid for with the inmate trust fund?
Parts of it were, but what happened was positions became vacant. So as positions were eliminated from that department, then those positions, as they did the overall allocation of the office, and they needed a FTE in one area as opposed to an FTE in another area. And it really comes down to when we talk about the sheriff's office budget and we look at things that are really what our core services are. And that's why sometimes if we unfortunately have to eliminate a position, maybe it's one detective as opposed to one patrol deputy. But I wasn't in the deliberations for that department and which positions they chose to eliminate.
Okay. And I'm sorry, did you say that the charter high school is still going?
It is still going. They were working remotely and they were doing some correspondence classes. And if I can come back to substance use disorder treatment, we are going to do an RFP later this year to get a new vendor. We've already secured funds from the CCP to pay for 6 months of the program, looking to restart that program in January of 2023.
Okay. The charter high school wasn't listed on your list of expenses either now or from November. Did you say that is done at no cost to the sheriff's department?
That's correct. They seek reimbursement from the state.
Okay. And last question on the 2 FTEs that you have, the correctional deputy and administrative aide, those are 100% devoted to the inmate welfare trust?
Correct. They don't work in any other area in the jail.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Supervisor.
Thank you very much. Thanks for bringing this forward in the fashion that you did. I think it was helpful. Obviously, I think the rhetoric got way out over the skis the last time we talked about this. And I think this is really a good way to bring it back. I guess to understand the context too, I wanted to ask, and I know this has changed over the course of time, the average length of stay for someone in our jail right now is what? And sorry to put you on the spot.
Yeah, I'm on the spot. I don't know the average length of stay.
It used to be
for
much
the average
smaller.
inmate.
I know
It
that.
did used to be much smaller. I can say that we do have individuals due to realignment who are serving time several years in the facility. I think the longest serving inmate we have has a 9-year sentence.
Yeah. But prior to realignment, I guess the reason I ask is, while I think it's great that, and I think that we and our justice partners, including the sheriff's office, has been very innovative and out in front of it, making sure that like the realignment dollars, for instance, that there was programs in place that were funded through that. And I appreciate probation as well, because I know other counties where everyone was trying to grab as much money as they could for their individual, fiefdoms, as it were, instead of kind of collaborating. I thought, we did a great job. You did a great job in collaborating. So thank you for that. But I also know that, the jail is the jail. It's not necessarily a hospital, although we've asked you to be all of the above. And I think that's part of the issue that we're always dealing with as well. So I just put that out there going forward. And then on I was also happy to hear that there's absolutely zero markup on the essential items within the jail. And I don't know what 43% is as compared to my beloved Petaluma Market for a bag of Cheetos, but I suspect that's,
It's
the
a-
price that someone's willing to pay for that bag of Cheetos.
Yeah, the cost of a bag of Cheetos, we actually do surveys within the area to kind of set the price. So the cost of a bag of Cheetos in the jail is probably what it would be at your local 7-Eleven.
Okay, that's good to know too. And on the calls, it's interesting because free calls, how does it work within those jurisdictions that have free calls? Because I just responded to someone earlier about free ridership in transit, right? And there's always this quandary. Quite honestly, I know through the Golden Gate, when we had free ridership after the pandemic, there were people that never were going anywhere on the bus, but were on the bus a long time during the days.
Right.
And so how many phones are in the jail that if you could offer free phone calls, I don't even know how logistically you'd make that work.
Well, the way that
It's on the cards.
It could be either on the cards or it could be, we actually have a PIN system that they use. So each inmate has their own individual PIN system. So essentially how the free phone calls work are that the county is billed for the call services through the contract and the inmates are not billed.
I was just thinking how many phones were available for people to make those calls, and how do you get them off when the calls are free?
Yeah, that could
which
be
is
the
a problem,
challenge.
I'm sure, for the
The honor system.
correctional officers to deal with. Again, I think it was great that you brought this forward in this fashion. I think it answered a lot of questions and kind of keeps things in context. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Gordon, do you have anything on this?
Just thank you so much for the report because we asked for this and we appreciate that. I do have one question. Because of the legislation that impacts our ability to charge above a certain dollar amount, what is it, 0 or 7 cents per minute? And it looks like we have enough width or enough space in the revenue to absorb that. But is there something more that we should be thinking about?
I think that currently where you look at the current amount of funds in the inmate welfare trust, it's about 1.5 million that currently we have the ability to absorb that. But as things open up, as we ease out of the pandemic, the trust will be spending more for inmate programs. And we projected that in the next 5 to 6 fiscal years that the fund could be depleted, provided we have no other funding source.
Okay, obviously, we're going to have to work with you in looking at how that fund moves forward sustainably to support the programming that's necessary there. So thank you so much for this report. It gives us a little bit of an eye-opening opportunity.
Thank you.
Sorry, I just have one more thing, which is, in general, do you feel like the services that we're offering are adequate? We talked a little bit about sort of how different programs have ebbed and flowed over time. But are there, I guess, places that you would want to invest where, we might actually see a return on investment in terms of rehabilitating folks, right? And then working with probation to continue whatever has been started. I'm just kind of curious off the top of your head.
Yeah, I think the substance use disorder treatment is something that's important. Discharge planning, I think, is something that's also important. So when a person leaves our facility, there's a plan in place, especially for the 40% plus of our inmates who are homeless. I think that's something that's key. Expanding our medical assisted treatment program is something that's also key. So I think there are several things that we can do. And looking at the landscape of where not only our jail, but all county jails are, we were designed to do what we are doing now. We were short-term maybe a year, maybe a little bit longer pretrial detention. But the landscape in county detention has really changed since AB 109. So we have to look at the clients that we are serving now as opposed to the clients that we were originally meant to serve.
And just a quick follow-up question is, do you feel like you have adequate resources to sort of partner with Health and Human Services and local, homeless service providers to make sure that, right, there's a plan that's developed that then is actually implemented as folks are released? I know that we were trying to do that with the Access Initiative where we're able to sort of share information better, but I guess what would you see as the needs in that area be?
I think that definitely, currently we have 1.2 FTE of discharge planners, and they are both very specific. One is for mental health related inmates. The other is for those in the medical assisted treatment program, which is a relatively small number compared to the overall population of the jail, even at the COVID numbers. So I think that you would probably need to significantly boost those positions in order for that to work. And I also think that there would also need to be an addition of correctional deputy staff to ensure that the best practices with strategic inmate management are put into place, because as the staffing as it is currently, even if we were fully staffed, I don't think that we could fully implement strategic inmate management, which is, I think, important to the rehabilitation and helping to curb recidivism.
Thank you so much for that information. That was really, really helpful. And I look forward to hopefully having conversations about this in the future. I mean, I can't imagine 1.2 FTEs trying to manage that caseload. That's a huge, huge daunting task. Thank you.
Go ahead. Are the 1.2 discharge planners 100% sheriff payroll?
No, they're both contractors through WellPath. One on the behavioral health contract. Yes.
And they work with probation and, do they work with probation? Do they work with our homeless services folks?
They work with a variety of groups. Depends on the inmate that they are working with.
Okay. And that's the medical care contract with WellPath, not the mental health one, or is?
The MAT is the medical, is through the medical contract. So medical assisted treatment is on the medical contract side. The behavioral health discharge planner is on the behavioral health contract side. So there are two, there's one in each contract.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, supervisors? Thank you very much for the time. Appreciate this. And just a review of the program. No actions requested right now. Much appreciated.
Thank
See
you.
back in June, if not before. Thank you all. Okay, so everybody, we have about a half an hour. Need to be back here for public comment on items listed on the agenda. This is one, Bob, if you don't mind, just reminding me, this is 3:15 is a public comment for all. This is not for items not listed on the agenda. This is for
No, this is
items
for all department budgets that you heard presented
listed
today.
up until now. Okay, perfect. So we'll be back at 3:15 to go through that, and then we will, with the end of day one, do we recess to April 26th? We continue them. Note the budget workshops will be continued till April 26th. Okay, thank you. We'll see you all back here at 3:15.
Thanks, everyone. We're going to resume the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please feel free to continue whenever you're ready.
Okay, sounds good, Marcy. Thank you very much. We're back here in the chambers. It's 3:15. So what we have right now is we have public comment on item number 1. And a reminder to everybody that item number 1 is the review of the departments that were listed from today. So if there's anybody here in the board chambers or anybody online who is interested in public comment on item number 1, it has to be relevant and germane to the departments that presented today. So with that being said, I'm going to look
If you
and
want,
see.
Chair Gore, we can read those into the record,
Read what?
the departments.
Okay, I will. Sure.
So we heard from Information Systems today, Clerk Recorder, Assessor, Emergency Management, IOLERO, District Attorney, the Probation Department, Public Defender, the Sheriff, and then we also addressed the Inmate Welfare Trust.
And the criminal justice fee state backfill, I guess, is the only other thing. So with that being said, is there anybody? It doesn't look like we have anybody here in the chambers. So what we're going to do is go online right now and see if we have anybody to raise their hands. If you're going to make a comment, please raise your hand in the Zoom function. Marcy or Karen, do we have anybody raising their hands on the Zoom function? Okay. Going once, going twice. Bringing it back to the board. So we do not have public comment on item number 1. And on item number 1, there is not a direction required from the Board of Supervisors. So at this point, we are going to continue the budget workshops until tomorrow, Tuesday, 26th. And we will likewise be going into the following day. Just a reminder to folks that public comment on items not listed on the agenda is for tomorrow. And the full lineup of what's going to be presented tomorrow. So with that being said, we are continuing our board meeting until tomorrow morning.